बोला चार्ज भी लगा दिया। कुछ करना बाकी है नहीं, मैं एक गोली खा लिया तो थोड़ी सी। साउंड को तो सही नहीं किया, साउंड सही करना है। ये लो, सब ठीक है। R5 कर दिया हमने। 71 हो गया इसका। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक। फिजिकल अटैक डे में एनर्जी रिचार्ज है इसमें। क्रिट रेट है, ये 60 पे है। ये किसको दे रखा है? अबे ये लेवल 60 कर रखा है मेरा, मैं पागल हूँ। रिफाइन 5 टाइम भी कर रखा है मैंने। क्या बात है यार। हाँ बेस अटैक है लेकिन इसका ठीक है। ये एनर्जी रिचार्ज का वेपन किसको जा सकता है? क्या आ, ये लगा सकती है अपने इसमें? एनर्जी रिचार्ज है ना? अभी जो लग रहा है वो फिजिकल डैमेज है, ज़्यादा कुछ खास नहीं है मतलब। नोएले में लगेगा क्या? नहीं नहीं, नोएले फिजिकल डैमेज बोनस ऑलरेडी 40 लेवल पे है। हाँ 20, चलो इतने काफ़ी है ऐसा। पिच करने के लिए मेरे पास फिजिकल डैमेज बोनस है, क्रिट रेट वाला अटैक। 60 का है ना ऑलरेडी। आज तो खुलेगा नहीं, ये फार्म करके रख लेता, लेकिन कोई नहीं कल कर लूँगा। ये भी कल खुलेगा, ये मैडम का भी कल ही खुलेगा। ये भी कल ही खुलेगा। और इनों के टैलेंट, ये तो वेडनेसडे, ये ट्यूसडे, फ्राइडे, कल ट्यूसडे फ्राइडे संडे, ये भी कल, ये भी ट्यूसडे संडे फ्राइडे। हाँ तो ठीक है।
This world is full of
बाद में करेंगे, पहले हम 5 हो गया है ऑलरेडी। कलेक्ट भी तो करना है और खोलना भी तो है। कलेक्ट कर लेंगे और खोल भी लेंगे, देखते हैं। एक खोल के रख लेता हूँ, एक ही खुल जाएगी ना। हाँ, ऐसा कर लेते हैं। एक खोल देता हूँ कौन सा भी वेंटीजीन। ये चाइल्ड शायद। नेक्स्ट मेरे को शायद हाइड्रो खोलना चाहिए। हाइड्रो किसका? नॉलेज फ्री ना नॉलेज। वाह। हाइड्रो कैरेक्टर बोलो। कायू। ये कैसी कैरेक्टर है? आया तुम। आया तो आया नहीं अभी तक। हीलिंग। कोई से भी रेंडम खोल लेता हूँ, फिर बाद में देख लेंगे काम में आया नहीं। है ना? इसका वेपन का क्या हाल है? 50। अरे यार, दो और मार लेता हूँ अभी। 50 से 50 से 60 कर तो लेंगे, लेकिन बढ़ेगा क्या? अच्छा, डैमेज तो दो नहीं बढ़ जाएगा। मार ही लेते हैं यार, नहीं तो ये इन फ्यूचर में दिख दे दे। दो ही तो मारने हैं। मार बुरा के उसको लेवल बढ़ा के फिर ही करता है। इनके मुंह नहीं लगना मुझे। फोकट है, अरे यार ये
Take to
फोकट
my
ही।
hammer.
ये मुझे ऊपर मिलेगा या नीचे? थिंक ट्राई करते हैं नीचे। ए, आ गया खरगोश। हाय। हाय जोजो। रो फूड यहाँ नीचे लग रहा था मुझे।
Shower me with praise! Hold that pose! Out of the frying pan, into the...
Propagate!
Boba, get them! Say cheese! Hold that pose!
Scatter!
हो गया। जाने में ये भी भूल गया।
What a pleasant surprise! Truly an extra slice of joy.
मैजिकल क्रिस्टल चंक। मैजिकल क्रिस्टल चंक। मैजिकल क्रिस्टल चंक। क्रिस्टल चंक। यू एंड चंक और क्रिस्टल चंक। क्रिस्टल चंक और अभी तो कुछ भी लिख दो जो ही है। अरे लग गया, अरे लग गया। हे 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 काउंट तो आ रहा है ना? एक बार चेक करना तो हाँ जा रहा है, ठीक है।
May I present? Huh?
यहाँ पे था, देखते हैं ना हमारा काम हो गया क्या। नहीं हुआ।
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If
ये
you'd like to
अंडरग्राउंड
learn
होगा
more.
आई थिंक, आई डोंट नो। ऊपर ट्राई करते हैं फर्स्ट। इधर किधर, हाँ उधर ही है, सामने ही है सब।
Ah, say tea!
Propagate!
At the frying pan, it's... There's still news to report!
Scatter!
Strike a pose! Smile!
मिल गया। चल अब तो हो गया।
Full harvest!
पहले तो इसे कैंसिल करो, टेलीपोर्ट करते हैं। क्या हो गया, स्ट्रीम रुक तो नहीं गई ना? एक सेकेंड, क्या करना था? वेपन करना था। चलो अब 60 तक पहुंचा है, 216 से स्टार्ट किया है। अब देखते हैं हाई एस कितना जाएगा 216 से 65। 216 91। चलो ये हो गया 216 से 263, 263 हो गया। 91 से 104 एलिमेंट्री मास्टरी। और इसका कोई ये तो नहीं है ना? 8 16 8 8 9 एचपी अटैक एलिमेंट्री मास्टरी एलिमेंट्री मास्टरी एलिमेंट्री मास्टरी, तीनों ही अच्छे खासे लेवल का है क्या? नहीं, ये 3 लेवल का है। ये 4th का है कि ट्रेड भी दे रहा है ना। डिफेंस गलत दिया इसने, प्लस में दिया वो भी। और ये वाला एलिमेंट्री मास्टरी कैसा है? एग्जाइल का +1 तो दे रहा है यार, एक ही है लेकिन एचपी क्रिट रेट। ये कुछ भी ले रखा है मैंने, ठीक है अभी काम चलाओ। अभी ज़्यादा आर्टिफैक्ट है नहीं आपके पास। तो परसेंट टाइम पे एलिमेंट्री मास्टरी डिफेंस अटैक एचपी 200, ये तो बहुत ही गलत चीज़ दे रखी है इसने। एचपी रिट्रेट ही ऑलरेडी 8 पे है। अटैक, एचपी, क्रिट रेट। देखते हैं देखते हैं। मास्टरी। बेकार सी चीज जाए ना तो बुरा नहीं लगता। हम डिफेंस फेंक के देखेंगे इसके ऊपर। भाई साहब डिफेंस का हो आप, यहाँ से शुरू होना चाहिए आपको। ये अटैक है, फिजिकल डैमेज है, व्यू डैमेज है, डिफेंस है, एचपी है, पायरो है, फिजिकल डैमेज है। क्या रहा? एचपी है, अटैक है, अटैक है, अटैक है, अटैक अटैक। हो गया। इस बार क्या दिया? अटैक ही दिया। वो भी +8 का। मतलब हद होती है यार। डिफेंस में प्लस दे रहा है यार, हद होती है। डिफेंस क्यों दे रहा है? ये प्लस दे रहा। ट्रेड बच जाए इसकी, और क्या होगा। यहाँ से देखते हैं। एचपी, अटैक, जियो में तो नहीं देना मैं। अटैक 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 अटैक। जाने दो ये अटैक अटैक। 82 पे थी एलिमेंट्री मास्टर इसकी। अटैक 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 अटैक। ये तो जाने दो फिर, अब तो किसी काम की नहीं है। ट्रेड तो नहीं। एचपी, अटैक अटैक। ट्रेड तो नहीं। ट्रेड नहीं। एचपी, डिफेंस, डिफेंस, अटैक अटैक। ट्रेड नहीं। रेट 2.5 से 95 कर दिया, अच्छी बात है। 12 14 8 12 8 से ऊपर जा रहा नहीं ना। 3 स्टार होगा नहीं यार। एचपी है, वंडर है, अच्छा खासा लेवल का है। देखते हैं इसको कितना उड़ा के देखते हैं। 12 तक तो करनी चाहिए एटलीस्ट इसको। रिट्रेट नहीं। रिट्रेट नहीं। काम में आ जाएंगे बाकी। एक मेरे पास। कुछ भी नहीं होना। 2300 से चल रहा भी है। अभी देखना ही नहीं है। डिफेंस, एनर्जी रिचार्ज, एचपी, नहीं लगी। एक एचपी, डिफेंस, एनर्जी रिचार्ज नहीं। डिफेंस, एचपी, फायर वाला तो वैसे भी। ना बढ़ गया, डिफेंस मिल गया मेरे को। वाह, इसका एटीट्यूड देखें तो 486। वाह यार, एनर्जी रिचार्ज अभी भी कम है। रिट्रीट थोड़ा सा बड़ा होगा, पता नहीं बड़ा घटा क्या है ये। एज पे अच्छी खासी होगी लेकिन रिट्रीट तो नाम का ही है, एलिमेंट्री मास्टरी काम करके दे रहा है बस
यो
ये। हाँ हेलो, आगे क्या?
क्या चल रहा है?
बस चल रहा है, गेंशिन चल रहा है। हाँ, तेरे कहने पे मैंने अपने बंदों की जो है
शेयर
मतलब प्लेयर की ये बढ़ाई
इसकी
है।
शेयर कर।
अच्छा, स्क्रीन शेयर कर देता हूँ। हाँ, ये अच्छा है भाई।
उस पे यूट्यूब पे डील होता है, पर समझ में नहीं आता, डबल डबल आवाज भी आती
ठीक है भाई, कर दी मैंने शेयर।
है। खोला क्या तूने? कैरेक्टर विश वगैरह मांगी क्या?
नहीं नहीं, अभी नहीं, अभी नहीं, अभी देखनी नहीं है मुझे विश, देखनी भी नहीं है।
बाइक
आ,
अरे तो उसमें क्या है पता है, देख एक तो वो है कि क्या बोलते हैं, जो बाकी के 4 स्टार कैरेक्टर है ना वो अच्छे हैं विश के अंदर।
मेरे को नहीं
तो
चाहिए
अगर
अभी, बर्बाद नहीं करनी, क्योंकि मेरे को वेपन चाहिए। और जैसे कि अगर मेरे को, जैसे अगर एक ही प्लेयर आया अच्छा खासा, जैसे कि मेरे पास वो आई रेडन, तो मैं उसको C2 C3 भी देख सकता हूँ। तो मेरा कुछ है नहीं मतलब ऐसा। या वेपन 2-3 अच्छे आ गए तो मैं दूसरे के लिए वेपन भी देख सकता हूँ, समझा?
पता है, 10 विश पे खुल जाता है 4 स्टार।
कोई बात नहीं। बीच में 10-10 करके पता नहीं पड़ता कब गायब हो जाती है।
वो 10 विश
बाय।
पे ही खुलता है। मतलब 10 स्टार में, 10 विश में गारंटीड होता है 4 स्टार।
चल, मैं तेरे को कुछ दिखा रहा था। वेपन मैंने सबके 60 एटलीस्ट सबके कर दिए हैं, लेकिन इसका ठीक है, इसका 60 है क्योंकि ज़्यादा खास आता नहीं है ये। शिंगलिंग का मैंने डायरेक्ट ही 80 कर दिया कल, मैंने दिन भर मतलब
अरे
कल
सुनना, इसमें एक जो वेपन बैनर है ना, वेपन बैनर 4 स्टार अच्छा है, तो उसमें 10 विश मांग ले, लिटरली मांग ले, सही रहेगा, एक वेपन खुल जाएगा।
हाँ देखता हूँ, अभी मेरा थोड़ा मानस बनाता हूँ, अभी है टाइम, मैं सोचता हूँ उस बारे में।
हम्म।
आ, इसका मैंने 80 कर दिया फुल कल बैठ के। कल तो नहीं, मतलब आज दिन में बैठ के, रात को
हाँ
बैठ
इसका तो
के
सही
मैंने
है।
मैंने ये 80 कर दिया। और 80 करने के बाद
तूने
इस
5 भी कर दिया इसको, फिर आज तक अभी तक नहीं किया,
हाँ,
जो रह
यही
रहा है
कह रहा
मुझसे
था।
पता
आज दिन में मतलब मैंने जितना भी टाइम मिला ना मेरे को, 1 घंटा बैठा, फिर आधा घंटा काम किया, फिर 1.5 घंटा बैठा, ऐसा करके R5 भी कर दिया मैंने। बहन जो मजा आ गया इसको।
नहीं।
मैंने मैक्स कर दिया अब, जो भी है 80, मतलब इस लेवल पे अब 80 से प्लस हो भी नहीं रही।
नहीं हो रहा क्या? 90 पे रैंक मांग रहा है क्या?
हाँ, 90 पे ये रैंक मांग रहा है, 50 मांग रहा है वो भी।
हम्म।
और ठीक है, और इसका भी मैंने 60 कर दिया है, एटलीस्ट सबके 60 तो है। बाकी अब वो डोमेन खुल नहीं रहे और रेशंस भी खत्म था, तो मैंने की 60 तो बेसिक यार रखना चाहिए।
60 इसको तो कर, सेक्रीफिशियल फ्रेगमेंट्स है ना, अच्छा वेपन है, इसको तो 90 भी कर सकता है, कोई इश्यू नहीं है।
हम्म। और सबके जो टैलेंट है वो एटलीस्ट, जैसे मैंने इसका नहीं बढ़ाया, बाकी इसका मैंने बढ़ा दिया 3-4 तक, इसको एक एक
इसका जो
बढ़ाया,
इसका
इसका भी बढ़ाया।
शांगलिंग का जो वो है ना, जैसे शांगलिंग पे जा। हाँ इसका जो है ना पायरनाडो, इसका जो वो है अल्टीमेट,
हाँ, बढ़ाया ना
इसको
कल।
हाँ हाँ, इसको तो मतलब इसको कर सकते
हाँ, मैं लेके जाऊंगा, मैं इसको धीरे धीरे, मतलब हर एक दिन एक एक तो ग्राइंड करता रहूंगा इसको, धीरे 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 धीरे।
हैं।
इसको तो ले जाऊंगा। इसका भी 3 कर दिया, इसको भी 5 और इसको 4 कर दिया, इसका आर्टिफैक्ट खत्म हो रहे थे। इसको भी थोड़ा थोड़ा इसको बढ़ा दिया मैंने, थोड़ा सा।
फाइट फाइट लेके देखी क्या तूने? अब तो सही मतलब लग रहा हो ना।
अभी तक नहीं ली थी मैंने, अभी मैंने वो दिन भर वो करा, इसको भी 60 किया, इसको भी
अच्छा
60 कर दिया।
और गेम। सही है।
अब शांगलिंग की एनर्जी तो बहुत अच्छी खासी आ रही है,
हम्म।
मतलब 200 प्लस ही आ रही थी जो अपन को चाहिए थी।
हाँ,
200
अच्छा
प्लस
है।
195 या 180 हो रहा था, तो मैंने दो
हम्म।
इसको थोड़ा अपग्रेड अपग्रेड करके इसको, इसके वेपन को करा ना जो थोड़ा उससे मिल गया मेरे को।
हम्म।
इसकी एलिमेंट्री मास्टरी देख जो क्या जा रही है भाई आसमान में। सिर्फ एलिमेंट्री काम करेगा ये, क्योंकि है भी नहीं इसके अंदर कुछ खास।
कम है, इतनी नहीं है ज्यादा।
500 है भाई इस लेवल पे है।
हाँ
इसकी देख
वही तो।
400 है।
लोग
इसकी
9000
एनर्जी।
करते हैं ना मैक्स, तो जैसे 1100 1200 कर देते हैं लेवल मास्टर।
हाँ, वो लेवल भी देखी जाती है भाई। इसको कम कर रखा लेकिन ठीक है।
क्या है ये क्रिट रेट हार्ड का हो रखा है
इसका
इसका।
एनर्जी कर रखा बस मैंने, एलिमेंट्री 13 हो रहा।
कौन कौन था ये, कौन था ये?
बेंटी। अरे इसको
फिर
तो
तो
बस, इसका एलिमेंट कोई मतलब ही नहीं रखता ना, तो मैंने
नहीं
सोचा
नहीं, मेरी बात सुनना, जैसे एनर्जी रिचार्ज है तो अल्ट यूज कर सकता है,
बार
लेकिन
बार
तेरा
आओ।
क्रिट रेट क्रिट डैमेज कम है ना, तो फिर अल्ट का कुछ ज्यादा वो डैमेज जाएगा नहीं। तो
तो
फिर
मैं
क्रिट डैमेज बढ़ाना होता है
जैसे
थोड़ा।
शिंगलिंग को यूज कर लूंगा मैं एज ए डीपीएस अभी प्रेजेंट टाइम पे,
अच्छा अच्छा।
तो वो ज्यादा काम में आ जाएगी इससे। तो शिंगलिंग की
हाँ
सबसे ज्यादा है
मतलब
21 है।
जिसका क्रिट रेट क्रिट डैमेज ज्यादा हो ना वो करना डीपीएस में।
हाँ, मैं भी वही सोच रहा हूँ अभी प्रेजेंट टाइम पे, तो ये करता हूँ। इसका 21 है, बाकी सबसे अच्छा है। एनर्जी हो गया, मतलब ये एवरेज है।
हाँ सही लग रही टीम अब तो थोड़ी। बाकी इसका
हाँ,
वही यूज केस एक बार
जोरो
बढ़ा
हेलो।
सकते जो यूज करे। और
हम्म।
आर्टिफिक्स का क्या सीन है? आर्टिफिक्स में तू कर रहा था ना कुछ, मैं देखा उसके बाद आया हूँ मैं।
नहीं, आर्टिफैक्ट
तो
भाई मैं ना 50 के
नहीं
बाद ही,
नहीं,
मतलब थोड़ा लेट ही करूंगा क्योंकि आर्टिफैक्ट थोड़ा।
आर्टिफिक्स का है ना तू, जैसे वो देख एक हर एक आर्टिफिक्स देख रहा था कौन सा क्रिट है कौन सा अपन ऐसे वो वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। तो जो क्रिट रेट के डैमेज वाले तू यूज करेगा उनको लॉक कर सकता है तो वो शो नहीं करेंगे फिर वो यूज करने के लिए।
क्या मतलब? अच्छा, वहां सेलेक्ट करने का ऑप्शन पे?
हाँ वो लॉक कर सकता है, तो वो लॉक वाले एक बार साइड में हो जाएंगे सारे।
तो मेरे को बहुत सारे लोग करने पड़ेंगे भाई, बहुत सारे
नहीं
हो।
नहीं, जैसे ही तेरे को दिखे ना कि ये यूज कर सकते फ्यूचर में, तो उसको लॉक कर दो।
ऐसे
जैसे
करके।
ये एम्बलम वाला है 5 स्टार, इस पे जा देख, लेफ्ट लेफ्ट वाला। हाँ किसी सी नहीं, इतना खास नहीं। ये ठीक है, हाँ जैसे ये लॉक का ऑप्शन आ रहा है ना राइट में,
हाँ हाँ, ये।
ये भी कर सकता है। और जब क्लिक करेगा आर्टिफैक्ट्स के ऊपर, जब वो अपग्रेड करता है जहाँ से, वहां पर भी जैसे यहाँ पर सेलेक्ट करता है ना, हाँ यहाँ पर देखिए लॉक का
आज
ऑप्शन आ रहा है, तो ये फिर लॉक हो जाएंगे, इसको ये यूज नहीं होंगे
अब
जब
इनहेंस
अपग्रेड कर।
करूँगा तो नहीं होगा?
हाँ मतलब नहीं
आ
होगा, लॉक है ना, तो लॉक कर
अच्छा।
सकते हैं। तो अब ये लॉक भी करता है ना, तो साइड में हो जाते हैं, एक लॉक वाले सब एक तरफ हो जाते हैं, तो
ये
बार
तो
बार
बढ़िया
सामने
है
नहीं
यार।
आते। हम्म।
आशीष, क्या चल रहा है भाई? बस चिलिंग ब्रो। आज कैरेक्टर बिल्ड कर
I have
रहे हो
something
क्या?
I haven't
नहीं नहीं,
tried
बस
yet,
थोड़ा
boss.
सा अपग्रेड किया, मेरे को लेवल 45 को क्रॉस करने में थोड़ी दिक्कत आ रही थी। हाँ, कल का क्या सीन
Come
हुआ था?
on, traveler.
कल क्या
Looks
होता
like
है
the
कार्ड
gods
वाला क्या?
smile upon
हाँ
me
हाँ,
after all.
बढ़िया करा भाई।
कार्ड
And
यार
come
वो
now,
मतलब
I
नहीं
wouldn't
कर
joke
सकते यार
about
अपन,
wanting to
थोड़ा
see
सा
my good friends.
गलत सीन हो जाता है। मेरा भी वही है
हाँ
पहले वाले ये अकाउंट,
You're
तो फिर
official
उसमें
business, right?
हाँ, मेरा वही
Not at
दिक्कत है, और
all.
ये सही बात
The
है
acting
भाई।
grandmaster
ये
personally
सही है कि अगर
identifies me.
नहीं लगे ना भरोसेमंद तो
The
कोई
truth
टेंशन नहीं
is,
है।
I
पता
must
पड़ा एक तो
prove to
अपने
little
कार्ड से
Dr.
कार्डिंग हो रही है
Uncle
बहन,
this
पता ही नहीं
नहीं,
truth.
जैसे
चलता।
अभी मैंने शायद
Sumeru's spices
इंटरनेशनल
are
पेमेंट किया था,
famous the
मैंने
world
गूगल
over.
क्लाउड से कुछ खरीदा
It's
था,
long been rumored
तब
that
किया
this
था।
fine
तो गूगल पे है मेरे को
establishment.
भरोसा।
That's why the knight
समझ रहा है?
sent me,
बाकी
the
वो
हम्म।
आती
world's
है थोड़ी
expert
सी,
in alcoholic
कोई
beverages,
मतलब
to come
थर्ड
and
पार्टी साइट है तो अपन
so far.
नहीं कर सकते ना, क्योंकि मेरे को
Sounds like
पता
a
है
great business.
कोई
Well,
वेबसाइट
let's
है, तो
not
मैं
get
भी अगर
ahead.
बना के वेबसाइट बना के
Your
ऐसे
job to settle
मतलब
personal
रियल अकाउंट दूंगा,
grievances is
Oh,
लेकिन मैं उसके
what makes you
कार्ड
very
नंबर
sharp
से
of
भी
you.
ले सकता हूँ।
I wouldn't say
समझ रहा है?
I'm
अपना
वो
डाटा बेच
सेव हो
familiar
सकता
with
जाता है,
that
दिक्कत ये है।
community.
and
हूँ।
Do I have to?
तो वो
When
मैंने
is
उससे
something a
कहा तो था कि
problem?
देखिए,
Well,
वो
all
ऑप्शन
right.
है
Since you're
पेपाल
so
बना,
way
पेपाल से
overheard by
कर दे
adoptive
पेमेंट।
father, I'm sure
पेपाल
you'll
में तो
हाँ
कोई सा भी
Everyone's
कार्ड
personal
यूज
love
करके
story
उसमें डाल ले
wasn't
पैसे,
long before the
और
murder. So
पेपाल से तो
shortly after
इंटरनेशनली
Genshin.
कहीं पे भी ट्रांजेक्शन
Honestly,
कर,
not
कोई
much.
दिक्कत ही नहीं है।
The only reason I knew that
पेपाल से
Kota
नहीं
was
आती
near
दिक्कत।
Sumeru is because I happened to read that in a
होता
book.
है।
My life had
अब
less
वो
and less to do
समझा
with
ही नहीं।
Conria as I used to believe that I had. But then I began to, as well as ensuring that I'd be
क्या
safely
है
cut off.
मतलब,
This
थोड़ा
is
ना अकाउंट
obviously
खरीदने में अब
all
तू खेल रहा है, तू
speculation.
खुद से कर रहा है तो मजा आ रहा है ना।
Simply put,
अकाउंट
हाँ,
these days,
खरीदने क्या मतलब
One
है ऐसे,
death
तो फिर
afternoon, please, boss.
मतलब नहीं है।
Tell me,
यार लेकिन जैसे कि अगर किसी को एक्स्ट्रा
so you're
अकाउंट
off the
चाहिए हो
mark.
तो कर सकता है कोई।
हाँ
rich?
मतलब जैसे अगर तू
I take
यूट्यूबर है, तेरे
it
को
that
तीन
you
चार
weren't
अकाउंट।
aware.
oh my.
I'm
अच्छा,
surprised that.
Well, perhaps what you're a pure-blood Conrian, aren't you?
अब बढ़िया कर। अरे मैंने किंग को मैसेज डाला, हुआ आया ही नहीं रहा है दो
Hey,
तीन दिन
hold
से।
on now.
बार
This
बार किया दिखे
conversation has
शायद।
taken a rather so what if I
कौन?
know my ancestry?
किंग किंग।
Relax. I'll be just
इनके
as
स्टार
delighted
में
to
हाँ,
hunt
थोड़ा
down the
सा
Abyss
उसने
Order
ऑफ में कर दिया
tomorrow.
ना, तो
Either
मैं लग
way,
जाता हूँ थोड़ा सा,
looks like
लग
we're
गया
out.
होगा पड़े बड़े के काम में।
Well,
See you around.
हाँ,
And Dainsleif, no need to listen in from the sidelines next time we meet. Let me buy you a drink.
मेरे सब वो फाउंटेन वाला कितनी दूर है?
you don't
फाउंटेन वाले
really
से बहुत
trust
दूर है
me,
अभी,
do
जो
you,
इसके
kid? You're both so
अच्छा इसके तूने
but
कर लिया ना
you get
काफी।
on like oil and water.
मेरा
हाँ
वाला
The
आर्क
fact
भी है ना,
is,
ड्रीम्स वाला
what
जो था
can a
वो।
person
वो सब
truly
खत्म
be
हो गया भाई।
affected by their ancestry?
हाँ तो
This
फिर
remains
स्टोरी
to be seen.
ऑलमोस्ट हो
Well, I
गया तेरा, फिर इसका
suspect that
मतलब
they
आने
call
वाली
your
है तो
sister their
स्टोरी
princess
लाइन।
क्या?
precisely because
हो
there
गया
is a
तेरा ऑलमोस्ट
succession
दो
of
दो तीन
sorts.
मिशन ही होंगे ना, स्टोरी के कितने मिशन बाकी है।
हाँ ये चल रहा है वो मिशन, ये रवाना हो रहा था तो ये मिल गए बीच में बस।
Oh,
फिर
so
तेरे
it
कोई
here's
नहीं
the
होता।
path.
I mean to
इसमें जो
आ,
investigate.
सुमेरु है ना, सुमेरु के
This
जो
sort of
वर्ल्ड
shortcut.
क्वेस्ट है ना,
Not
वो
new,
उसमें बहुत टाइम
not
लग जाएगा,
exactly.
मतलब बहुत।
Your
एक तो बहुत
sister,
बड़ा है सुमेरु में,
she mentioned the loom of
और
fate
इसमें फिर
back
वो
when we
बहुत
traveled
टाइम लग
together.
जाएगा इधर उधर जाने में।
Apparently
तो
so.
सुमेरु हो गया ना खत्म अब तो?
Correct.
नहीं तो तेरा तो स्टोरी
that
खत्म हुई
time-
ना, अभी वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट कहाँ खत्म हुई?
No,
अरे हाँ यार, वर्ल्ड को इसमें
that
बहुत
was
टाइम
not
लगता है।
अभी
new.
तो वर्ल्ड
It's-
क्वेस्ट
I'm
तेरे
still
इसके
waiting for
एंजमा
my
के भी
drink.
बाकी है, वो भी काफी बड़े हैं।
Seriously?
और सुमेरु के तो बहुत ही बड़े हैं, फाउंटेन के छोटे छोटे हैं, मतलब फाउंटेन के एक दो बड़े हैं, बाकी तो छोटे ही हैं। फाउंटेन के मेरे हो गए सारे कंप्लीट, एक बाकी है बस, हैप्पी बर्थडे
और मेरा जो ये है फाउंटेन अभी जो इसके बाद वाला चैप्टर फाउंटेन ही है ना, तो जो फाउंटेन है उसके अंदर मेरे को मतलब आर्कन कौन मिलता है? फाउंटेन का आर्कन कौन है?
पुरीरा है ना, कभी ने क्या कर रहा है?
फरीना है क्या? तो अच्छा ठीक है भाई, मेरा इसके बाद फाउंटेन वाला ही है ना।
हाँ फाउंटेन वाटर वाला है ना पूरा, तो वाटर में पूरी नहीं है इसलिए।
तो इससे पहले मतलब जब फरीना आई नहीं थी,
उसके पहले नहीं था ना कोई भी, अब जैसे शायद
सिर्फ फाउंटेन
पायरो।
का खुला हुआ था मैप और वो आई नहीं थी, ऐसा हुआ?
नहीं नहीं, फाउंटेन का जब मैप आया ना, ये रिलीज हुआ 4.2, तो साथ में ही था सब कुछ।
अच्छा
कि फुरीना मतलब पहले से ही वो लीक्स निकल जाती है ना कि फुरीना आएगी फाउंटेन मैप के साथ, तो पूरा ही होता है वो पैकेज उनका।
ये सही है यार।
अभी जैसे शायद उसका वो आर्कन, अभी जैसे आइस क्रायो है, क्रायो का आर्कन नहीं आया,
Wait.
क्रायो का सबसे पावरफुल आर्कन है
This
शायद।
What about it?
करायो भी नहीं आया, पायरो भी नहीं आया अभी तो, है ना?
पायरो भी नहीं
Was
आया।
it like this hundreds of years ago too?
पायरो का कौन बेनेट थोड़ा है?
Yes.
पायरो का नहीं यार, वो
Forest
आर्कन
has
अभी से
changed.
कैसे दे देंगे?
Remember it.
जैसे फुरीना को नहीं दिया
Even
वैसे नहीं देंगे,
activity, let's
वही
say,
छुपा के
fear
रखेंगे
and-
बात के लिए। लोग पुल करे,
इसकी
खूब मेहनत
स्टोरी
करे।
चल रही है ना, अभी कंप्लीट नहीं हुई,
It
तो
must belong to
चलती
whoever
रहेगी, पता
played.
नहीं कब
It
इसको
looks
उसकी
like
बहन
it's been
मिलेगी क्या।
abandoned.
अब मेरे को लग रहा है पहले सारे आर्कन तो डिसाइड हो कौन है, फिर उसके बाद वो इनके
Nothing else stands out
एबिस
in this
वगैरह
area.
क्लियर होंगे, फिर जाके पता चलेगा
Wait, we're just
कि
gonna go
मिलेगी नहीं
look.
मिलेगी।
Unlikely. There are no
नहीं
signs
अभी
of life
गेम
in
का
this
जैसे
area.
फाउंटेन में है ना, काफी
If
कुछ
you
बता दे
say
इसमें। एक
so.
जैसे जो गॉड होते हैं ना, उसमें हेवनली प्रिंसेस करके होते हैं, उसमें एक बंदी बताई है, वो गॉड की शायद बेटी थी या असिस्टेंट थी, पता नहीं। काफी आगे पहुंच गई स्टोरी, तो गॉड उड़ान लग गए। ठीक है।
Huh. So there really isn't anyone home.
तो परेशान हो रहा है बेचारा पीछे।
This place is so desolate.
मार रहा मेरे को
I
भी।
bet no one's lived here in years.
अरे वो उसको मारना पड़ेगा तेरे को।
Investigate
Cannot perform
carefully.
during fight।
We mustn't miss a single detail.
गया हो,
भागी।
डर गया हो।
शांगली को देख के डर गया वो।
Oh, guess whoever used to live here.
Can't you smell it? There's a heavy
और क्या
scent
चल रहा
I
तेरा
can
आजकल?
smell
Oh, so it's a
कुछ नहीं,
medicine
बैठे हैं पढ़ रहे हैं।
पढ़ाई चल रही है?
Perhaps you're right.
थोड़ी
You've got a
बहुत
good
चलते
nose
चलते
on
हैं,
you,
मतलब
Dane.
थोड़ी सी दूर निकल गई है तो पकड़ के ला रहे हैं वापस।
बढ़िया है यार, बढ़िया है, बढ़िया। ध्यान दो पढ़ाई पे भी, ध्यान दो।
This bed looks pretty. What sort of person would want to
कंप्लीट
live
कर देख
here?
लिया था मूवी 2 दिन से, तो इसमें क्या फाउंटेन के क्वेस्ट है ना सारे, मतलब मेरे सारे क्वेस्ट
There's
कंप्लीट
a
हो गए ऑलमोस्ट,
box
जितने
over
भी थे ना।
here. Why don't we
बस अब
open
वो
it?
बचे हैं।
And by
वो
we,
क्वेस्ट होते हैं
Paimon
जो
means
डेली
you.
मिशन होता है ना, उनके ऊपर
Paimon's just
डिपेंड
scared
होते हैं।
that whatever's inside might bite
डेली
or
मिशन में डेली क्वेस्ट में मिल जाए नहीं मिले, तो
Huh?
वो वाले बाकी है बस।
This is... It's broken too.
अच्छा
Was this a makeup
हाँ
box?
मतलब कुछ क्वेस्ट ऐसे होते हैं कि डेली मिशन जो मिलता है ना अपन को, तो उसके अंदर ही होते हैं वो कंप्लीट,
Hmm.
तो वो बहुत लकी होना पड़ता है उसको मिलने के लिए, मतलब।
वाह,
Doesn't look like
तो वो
there's
मिल ही
anything
नहीं रहे हैं,
else
मतलब
worth
डेली
our
अपन में
attention.
मिशन चेक
My
करते हैं, डेली
memories are
क्वेस्ट वाले
quite foggy, but
अलग
we'll
अलग आते हैं,
exhaust
वो वाले नहीं
ourselves
होते
if we
जो
search
कंप्लीट
in.
करने हैं।
Noises?
It's not much. Just
ये उसे लेंडर से इसकी शील्ड टूटेगी जल्दी से। लेंडर और किराया
Hold that pose.
Propagate!
Say cheese.
कहाँ भाग रहा तू? अबे इन्हों की शील्ड टूटती है ना, ऐसे भागते हैं। बेंच बहुत दूर दूर। मैं हुई नहीं इस मैप में।
सॉरी भैया, गलती से मेरे मुंह से निकल गई।
I doubt that the appearance of those monsters was wholly random. There must be something nearby that a ley line anomaly, perhaps.
ये वाला
Okay.
क्लिप बड़ा है थोड़ा सा।
I'll
ये
go
जो कर रहा है
slightly
ना, इसके
further
पीछे
out to
4-5 आर्ट
investigate any issues with the nearby ley
शायद कंफर्म
lines.
बहुत
What?
बहुत पहले
You're going alone?
हम्म,
You better not be trying to teach.
Your suspicions are as banal, not to mention that if even forest rangers are capable of investigating
Fair and good thing there's a bonfire over there.
स्टोरी आ रही है तेरे समझ में थोड़ी बहुत?
हम्म। अच्छा मैं तेरे से नहीं कह रहा।
हम्म।
ये कहाँ गया? ये जो है कितनी विश पे निकलता है, कितनी पीटी पे निकलता है?
1 मिनट होल्ड करियो। हाँ बोलो। क्या रखा हुआ है? बना तो जो भी रखा हुआ है। रखे रहने दो उसको, या तो गर्म कर दो या फिर रखे रहने दो, कर लेंगे फिर।
उफ।
2 जने के हिसाब से बना दो। क्या बोल रहा था?
कितनी पीटी हो रही है ये पूछ रहा था मैं। रुक जा, अभी दिखा रहा हूँ।
एक विश तो मांगी नहीं है, पेटी कितनी हो रखी।
इसकी
इसको तो खोल ले कर रहे यार, इसमें क्या सोचते है? इसमें पोस्टर निकला है ना तेरा, कब निकला है ये? अरे इसमें बताता नहीं है, अपन जैसे लेटेस्ट अपन ने विश मांगी होती है ना, तो वो बताता नहीं है। ये कब मांगी थी तूने? 11/23 का बता रहा है ये। आज 30 हो गई है, तो तूने हफ्ते भर में कोई विश नहीं मांगी क्या?
नहीं।
हाँ तो फिर सही बता रहा है। हाँ तो इसकी पिट्टी हुई है 0। कैरेक्टर खुलते ही तूने विश नहीं मांगी है।
भैया शुद्ध ये कैरेक्टर भी ऐसा निकलता है, टट्टी टट्टी है तो फिर करेगा।
चोंगेल वही तो, फिर मुश्किल से नहीं निकलेगा।
नहीं निकलेगा वो तो यार, वेपन तो निकलेगा।
तो वो कलेक्ट किया क्या? फाउंटेन में वो थे ना उसके ब्लू स्टार काफी थे फ्री में।
फाउंटेन में क्या थे?
वो था ना ट्री जो था, मतलब फाउंटेन का, फाउंटेन में फाउंटेन ही था जो।
फाउंटेन में फाउंटेन ही था? कैसी बेकी बेकी बातें
ट्री
कर रहा है?
अपग्रेड अपना अपना हर वर्ल्ड में ट्री अपग्रेड करते हैं।
अरे वो ट्री करने के लिए मेरे को वो करना पड़ेगा ना यार।
हाँ सुन, तो हर वर्ल्ड में ट्री होता है, तो फिर फाउंटेन में एक फाउंटेन अपग्रेड करना होता है छोटा सा, ट्री की जगह।
ट्री की
फिर तूने
जगह?
कलेक्ट नहीं किया तो उस दिन पाया। हाँ हाँ, ये खरीद लिया करना, ये स्टार डस्ट। अच्छा खरीद लिया तूने? नहीं नहीं, स्टार डस्ट वाला बोल रहा था मैं तो।
वो तो खरीद लिया हाँ। वो ट्री, वो सुमेरु का?
सुमेरु का नहीं, फाउंटेन का तेरा उसमें
Brilliant.
फन था ना थोड़ा, तो ओपन हो गया था।
बताएगा मुझे, मेरे को कुछ समझ में नहीं आया।
मैप में जा, मैप में जा, फाउंटेन में जा। हाँ इसमें थोड़ा सा नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जूम कर। ये वेस्ट है, ईस्ट ईस्ट। हाँ थोड़ा ये जो नीचे, हाँ जूम कर जूम कर जूम कर। हाँ ये नहीं नहीं, ऊपर 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 ऊपर, थोड़ा सा ऊपर। हाँ ये लेफ्ट में, नीचे 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 भी दिख रहा है ना ये जगह। हाँ यहाँ पर बीच में जो है ना ब्लैक वाला फाउंटेन।
ये वाला या फिर ये
नहीं ये
वाला?
इसके ऊपर वाला, इसके ऊपर वाला। हाँ ये टेलीपोर्ट कर ले आप।
तो इस यहाँ पे तो एक लेडीज है ना डांस करने वाली शायद।
नहीं नहीं, ये फाउंटेन है ना। ट्री सब हर वर्ल्ड में ट्री होता है, इसमें ट्री नहीं है, इसमें ये फाउंटेन है।
और अच्छा
इसको
तूने
अपग्रेड
बताया
करना
था,
होता है।
तूने
हाँ
बताया
अपन
था।
आए थे ना लास्ट टाइम।
भूल
फिर तूने
गया
कलेक्ट
यार।
ही नहीं किया था, फिर तूने कहा था कि बाद में कलेक्ट करेंगे। ठीक है, तो ब्लूइश तो कलेक्ट कर सकता है, ताकि ब्लूइश में क्या, अगर वेपन में मिल जाता है या करेक्टर मिल जाता है तो सही रहता है।
कर लिया था क्या?
रिवॉर्ड्स कलेक्ट नहीं करी थी तूने, देख।
अच्छा ये
हाँ ये ब्लूइश पड़ी ना तेरे पास।
वेपन
तो
मिला
ये
है
से
क्या? मैं
जैसे
मटेरियल
जैसे
मिला?
नहीं ये वेपन बनाने के लिए मटेरियल है। और इसमें ये जैसे तू चेस्ट खोलता है ना तो सिजिल मिलता है, सिजिल से अपग्रेड कर सकता है इसको। जितने चेस्ट खोलेगा उतने सिजिल मिलेंगे।
फिर तो मैंने यहाँ के भी कलेक्ट नहीं करा, रुक जा।
इसमें आ रहे हैं ना सारे।
Wow, this would
इसको
be
भी
the
है ना, इसको
perfect
भी
location
क्या
for
कहते हैं,
shooting a
जल्दी से
bow.
इसको भी अपग्रेड कर देना लेवल 8 पर। लेवल 8 पर होने के बाद का डेली मिशन की तरह इसमें आ जाते हैं चीजें। डेली मिशन की तरह एक लोकेशन बता देते हैं ये, वहां पर फिर अपन को क्रिम्सन मिलता है एनिमी को मारने पर।
क्या क्या मिलते हैं?
अ, पहले तो जिस आइटम से अपग्रेड होंगे ना ये हर मतलब लोकेशन पे जगह जगह होंगे वो।
हाँ
एक देख ले,
हाँ
देख
हाँ,
ले।
वो रेड
ये
स्टोन
जो
जो है।
रेड वाला, हाँ ये जो रेड स्टोन है ना, ये जो जमीन में गड़ा वो नहीं, जो
हाँ हाँ, फ्लोटिंग होता है
फ्लोट
जो।
करते रहता है। तो ये क्या, इसको अगर तू लेवल 8 तक कर देगा ना तो फिर ये मैप में नहीं, मैप में ढूंढने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी अपन को। मैप में मिलते भी नहीं ऐसे इतने।
अच्छा लेवल अभी 6 हो रहा है, ये तो अभी 8 पे है।
हम्म,
अच्छा ये खेल
तो
ही
एक
नहीं
बार
पा
तो
रहा ना,
उसको
ये वाला भरा पड़ा
8
नहीं
कर
खेल
लेगा
पा
ना। नहीं तो एक बार जैसे वेला बैठा हो थोड़ा सा तो जाके कलेक्ट कर लो।
रहा।
तो
अच्छा
कितने
समझ।
तेरे को। हाँ और इसमें एक और एरिया है, वहां पर भी मिलेंगे शायद। एक और एरिया है क्या? नहीं है इसमें। और वो दूसरे मैप खोले क्या, एक तो इकोनिया क्या नाम
नहीं
था
नहीं नहीं,
उस पे
नया
जाना।
मैप कोई सा भी नहीं खोला।
The sun
नहीं
feels
नहीं इसमें एक
almost
बार
as
मैप में
hot
जा।
as those studio lights I'm in front.
हाँ इस पे क्लिक कर, लास्ट में कोने पे, राइट नीचे डाउन कॉर्नर। देखिए एक तो चार्ज में खुल गया तेरा, ऐसे इकोनॉमी में भी खुलेगा, दो अलग अलग मैप
All
खुलेंगे।
the time.
हाँ एक तो इनाजुमा का, ये तो पता है मेरे को।
Be one size. Ad
इनाजुमा का
Astra.
ये तो चार्ज में तो ओपन हो ही गया, जो
Thank you
लियू
for
का था।
हाँ
और एक
Ad
इनाजुमा का
Astra.
इकोनॉमिया करके होगा अनलॉक, वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट करने को होगा आई थिंक।
वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट
उसमें भी
करना पड़ेगा।
वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट स्टोरी पता नहीं, देखना पड़ेगा।
अब देखता हूँ मेरे पास कितने हुए। यार कोई मतलब डेंडो टाइप खोल दे रहे मेरे को, एक बार तो दे दे।
अरे चंगन सेलेक्ट कर, इसका वो बोनस मिल रहा है अपन। ये क्या ले रहा है, मशरूम क्यों ले रहा है इसमें? वो लेना, या तो
म,
मोरा ले
Ad
ले या फिर
Astra.
वो ले ले, एग ले ले, एग से वो बनते हैं ना।
Ad Astra.
मेरा मतलब ये काम की आती ना, नहीं आती क्या?
नहीं ये तो फाउंटेन में मिल जाएंगे तेरे को बहुत सारे, कोई वो नहीं, काम के नहीं है इतने। इससे अच्छा है ना कि जैसे एक तो ये तो एग ले सकता है तू, या मोरा ले सकता है। एग से क्या होता है कि वो रिवाइव वाली चीजें, रिवाइव वाले डिश बना सकते हैं अपन। और मोरा काम आती है यूजुअली।
रिवाइव
अब
वाली
इसको लेने के बाद है ना, इसको लेने के बाद राइट में जाके वो कर लिया कर, फोर्ज कर लिया कर।
और
इसको ले लिया अब
यहाँ पे।
हाँ
अ-
ये मिशन दे रहा है क्या? मोस्टार्ड का वर्ल्ड कस्ट का मिशन है, तेरा अच्छा। और इसको फिर यहाँ से मतलब तेरे को करना पड़ेगा मिशन कंप्लीट, बाद में कर लेना, अभी तो स्टोरी कर ले।
अब
और
देखता हूँ मैं।
सेरेनिटी पोर्ट का देखा है, सेरेनिटी पोर्ट में भी ये करता है अपग्रेड उसको।
अभी 2 हो जाती ना तो ये 10 के एक साथ खोल देता है यार। खोल सकता है क्या ये?
हाँ खोल सकता है, ऐसे नॉर्मल भी 10 खोलता है ना तो उसमें भी। नहीं ये मत खोल, इसमें तो बैनेट, ये बैनेट कब तक रहेगा इसमें देखना, 1 मंथ बता रहा ना, 1 मंथ में तो तेरा मुश्किल है। क्योंकि तो विश तो मांग नहीं रहा, विश मांगने से ही होते हैं ये डबल कैरेक्टर खुलते हैं, या फिर
हाँ तो 1 मंथ में मेरे को आ जाएगी ना यार, कैसी बातें कर रहा है।
आ जाएगी ये रेडन।
वो आ जाएगा ना
अच्छा
शांगलिंग, वो रेडन रेडन आ जाएगी तो उसमें
हाँ
मांगूंगा तो एक ना एक डबल
हाँ
निकलेगा तो
इनका,
हो जाएगा थोड़ा बहुत।
इनको इनको वेस्ट मत कर।
ये कर लूँ क्या? 2 ही ले लेता हूँ
हाँ
बस।
दो कर लो।
हैं?
वैसे मत ही ले, आठ आठ ऐसे खोल सकता है तो मत ले। आठ
ठीक है।
नॉर्मली खोल ले।
कहीं भी मिल जाएगी तो मेरे को मिशन में मिल जाएगा तो फ्री मिशन में।
हाँ
जैसे कोई मिशन कंप्लीट होगा।
इंजुमा का भी ट्री है ना, उससे रिवॉर्ड कलेक्ट कर लिया।
इनोजुमा का ट्री उससे तो कर लिया मैंने, वरना यहाँ पे शो कर देता है।
अच्छा अच्छा।
इसका क्या है, इसका जो ये मोस्टेड का कोई नहीं है क्या, मतलब इसका
मतलब
इसका ट्री नहीं है
मोस्टेड का
क्या?
वही है, वही नहीं, वही है ड्रैगन स्पैन वाले ही है, आइस वाले ही।
अच्छा वो ड्रैगन स्पाइन वो एक ही है।
हाँ लियो में कुछ नहीं है,
तुझे क्या
सोनोरी में भी नहीं है।
दिख रहा है क्या कहीं ना कहीं किसके ज्यादा हो रहे हैं यहाँ पे?
हाँ उसमें लास्ट सेकंड। हाँ देखिए ना 88 हो रहे हैं ना इसके सिजिल।
ये
मैंने इसके ग्रीन वाले हैं, ये तो मोस्टेड के हैं, ये से तो वो कुछ आइटम वगैरह खरीद सकता है।
एनिमो
ये
से, एनिमो से क्या काम में आएंगे?
ये जो शॉप होती है ना कैथरीन के सामने, वहां
हाँ।
पर यूज कर सकता है।
और
कैथरीन
ये
के सामने वो बंदी रेड लाइट वाली बंदी खड़ी रहती है वो।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, याद आ गया याद आ गया। और ये जियो वाले?
जियो वाले भी सेम ही है, ये भी शॉप में यूज होंगे।
और बाकी बस
ये
ये तीन
एटी
होंगे।
एट है ना, ये है ना 88 93 है। कहाँ कहाँ रिवॉर्ड कलेक्ट करे तूने अभी? ना इंजुमा के करे ना उसके करे।
तो कहाँ जाऊँ, इनोजुमा?
हाँ ऊपर ऊपर। हाँ यार जूम करते रहे, पर्पल है ना बीच में, यहाँ पर। नीचे नीचे लास्ट। अरे वहां नहीं, वहां नहीं।
ये ना, ये ट्री।
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
टेलीपोर्टर पे जाना था आज।
ये जो सिजिल होते हैं ना, ये दो ही जगह काम आते हैं, या तो ट्री को अपग्रेड करने में आते हैं या फिर शॉप में काम आते हैं। और शॉप में भी आइटम वन टाइम परचेज ही होते हैं, उसके बाद तुम सिर्फ मोरा खरीद सकते हो।
उसके बाद मोरा।
हम्म। तो आ गया, रिवॉर्ड पे क्लिक नहीं किया तूने? हाँ यहाँ मिल गया ना दो।
दो मिल गए।
ये
एक चम
इसको करना जरूरी भी है, इसमें इलेक्ट्रिक पावर थोड़ी सी वो होती है ना,
हाँ
अपग्रेड
याद
होती है,
है,
तो कोई कोई
पता
बैरियर
है।
इसी से टूटेंगे।
The show begins!
अब देखते हैं F3 दबा के। ओह,
पीछे निकलेगी
जिंगल
थोड़ी।
हू, कुछ
फोर
नहीं
स्टार,
निकला।
4 स्टार निकला है ना।
काश कोई बस कुछ भी निकले, बस वेपन 4 स्टार नहीं निकले।
क्यों, वेपन तो चाहिए ना, वेपन के नीचे।
टट्टी टट्टी आते हैं भाई, वो मैं देख लूंगा। तुम बस वो एक कैरेक्टर दो मेरे को, डेनरो। अरे हट यार, ये निकला।
वेपन निकल गया, आइस ऑफ परसेप्शन। तो ना ये दो वो मिल गए ना स्ट्रगलेटर। क्या बात
तभी तो मैं वेपन नहीं मांग रहा था, क्योंकि वेपन जितने भी
है।
फ्री दे रहा है ना, ये मेरे पास ऑलरेडी है, फ्री वाले हैं।
ऐसा कैरेक्टर दे नहीं रहे हैं कि तो बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर हो जाएगा ना, इसलिए नहीं दे रहे।
वाह मारे, क्या दिया इन्होंने, अटैक और बेस अटैक दिया है इसमें, हद दे यार, हट।
ये कुछ खास वेपन नहीं है, तो ये ला कैटलिस्ट।
वाह भाई वाह, ये मिली हमें। बेच कितने हो गया है?
विश वाला काम भी बेकार है, और वो जो आर्टिफैक्ट वाला है ना वो भी।
ये वाले पॉइंट तो खरीद भी नहीं सकते है ना?
ना ये नहीं कर सकते, ये तभी नहीं मिलते जब अपन कुछ विश मांगते हैं, वरना
डबल हो
तो
जाते
डबल
हैं।
मिल जाते।
और ये प्रीमो जेम्स भी खरीदा में आ जाते हैं क्या?
हाँ ये यूसी होता है ना पबजी में, वैसे ये क्रिस्टल करके कुछ होते हैं, वो खरीदना पड़ता है पैसों से।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा।
हम्म।
चल लंका लगी मेरी तो।
एक
मैं
चीज
वो
और है, प्रीमो जेम से तो रेजिन भी खरीद सकता है।
प्रीमो जेम से रेजिन, अच्छा प्रीमो जेम
हम्म।
से रेजिन, हाँ अच्छा समझ गया।
हाँ लेकिन थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, एक बार मैप खोल उसको भी बता देता हूँ। वो बाद में काम आ सकता है, जैसे इसमें रेजिन है ना, प्लस कर उसके ऊपर, ऊपर 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 आ रहा ना मैप में, देख।
यहाँ सेलेक्ट करके
हाँ उस
रखना
पे क्लिक कर,
पड़ेगा।
देख क्या लिखा हुआ आ रहा है। अरे उस पे क्लिक करना, प्रीमो जेम्स पर। हाँ
कंज्यूम
कंज्यूम 50
50,
प्रीमो जेम्स। हम्म।
रिस्टोर 60 रेजिन,
हाँ
यू
ये
मे
मैं परफॉर्म
परफेक्ट
दिस
दिस
एक्शन एनालिसिस
एज
सिस्टम टुडे, प्रीमो जेम्स विल बी इंक्रीज इन नंबर। पढ़ ले इधर, पढ़ ले।
यू मे परफॉर्म दिस अनदर 6 टाइम टुडे। अच्छा एक दिन में 6 बार ही यूज कर सकते हैं इसको भी। द
पूरे आगे भी
कॉस्ट
पढ़।
द कॉस्ट विल इंक्रीज द नंबर ऑफ रिफ्रेश डन टुडे इंक्रीजिंग, मतलब
मतलब तो एक बार लेगा तो 50 जेम्स लगेंगे 60 रीजन के लिए। अगली बार लेगा तो ज्यादा लगेंगे,
और
मे बी 80 लगेंगे या 120 लगेंगे,
और
मीन
तेरी
80 लगेंगे 100 लगेंगे। उसके बाद तो ऐसे वो थोड़े से ज्यादा ज्यादा लगते रहते हैं। तो बेस्ट तो ये रहता है कि अगर अपने पास प्रिमोजियम एक्स्ट्रा है, कुछ खोल नहीं रहे अपन, और रेजिन चाहिए आर्टिफैक्ट्स वगैरह किसी और चीज के लिए, तो एक बार कर लो मतलब। लेकिन अभी तेरे को जरूरत है तो तू मत करना, मतलब फ्यूचर वाली चीज है ये, अभी यूज नहीं करना तेरे को।
हाँ, और
ठीक है?
कन, ये
ये ये ये तो अपने पास परमानेंट होता है, इससे 60 रेजिन क्रिएट कर सकते हैं एक से अपन। तो 52 से तू देख ले काफी सारे कर सकता है, लेकिन ये तब तेरे यूज में आएंगे जब तू रेडन को अपग्रेड करेगा, या उसके टैलेंट को या फिर उसके आर्टिफैक्ट्स को।
एक साथ ही बिल्ड करने बैठूंगा जब है।
हम्म।
और
तो
जो
अभी तेरे
तने
को
कहीं यहाँ पे नहीं आएगा, मोस्ट एंड में ही आएगा। रेड लाइट एरिया कहाँ है? चलो
डील करेगा बंदे से, दर्शन चाहिए तेरे को?
देखना है मेरे को तो दिलाई क्या घर भेजा है मेरा।
देख क्या क्या शौक में।
ये जो आइटम है ये रिफ्रेश होते नहीं होते, ये बता।
ना ये नहीं होते, वन टाइम परचेज होते हैं सारे ये।
अच्छा, ये 1 टाइम है, ये
जैसे
3
देख,
टाइम है,
ये
ये
ये देख
ये 6
लास्ट
टाइम है।
नीचे, सुन सुन लास्ट वाले पे क्लिक कर। हाँ, एक्सचेंज कर।
नहीं कर रहा मैं तो।
अरे नहीं होएगा, नहीं कर तो सही, क्लिक किया वार्निंग देगा। देख क्या बोल रहा है ये, कैन बी परचेज्ड वंस अदर आइटम्स आर सोल्ड। तो जब सारे आइटम तू खरीद लेगा ना,
तब
उसके
ये
बाद
करने
तेरे
देगा।
एनिमो सिजिल यही काम आएंगे मतलब, और कोई काम नहीं आएंगे।
और अभी ये इसको तो करने देगा मेरे को
इसको इसको
60
तो करने
टाइम।
देगा, ये तो नॉर्मल 60 है। मत कर मत कर, अभी यूज मत कर। तेरे को जब जरूरत पड़े ना, कोई सी भी चीज की जरूरत पड़े ऊपर, देख ली जो जो चीजें है इसके अंदर। तो वैसे तो तू
अच्छा,
खरीद सकता है बाद, मतलब ये खरीदने ही होते हैं। लेकिन पड़े रहते हैं, ऐसा कभी हो ना कि इच्छा नहीं है डोमेन करने की, और
और ये वाला जो है,
टारगेट नहीं
जैसे
करना।
ये वाला है, ये आइस का है ना, एनिमो है ना, एनिमो का है। तो मैं कोई सी भी
हम्म।
एनिमो में ही लगा सकता हूँ ना ये?
नहीं नहीं, तेरे तो अगर ये वाले वर्ल्ड का ही बढ़ेगा, जो अपना ट्रैवलर है ना, उसका आ, उसका जो एनिमो वर्जन है वही अपग्रेड होगा सिर्फ।
तो ये सिर्फ एनिमो वर्जन का ही अपग्रेड होगा, बाकी अगर किसी।
बाकी बाकी के अलग मासूम, जैसे डेंड्रो के तो सिमोरू में मिलेंगे उसके
और
कॉन्स्टलेशन।
अभी ये है, ये सुमेरु का है मेरे पास, ये पड़ा हुआ है।
हाँ।
ये 2 पड़े हुए हैं, तो
हम्म।
ये सिर्फ इसी में अपग्रेड होंगे या किसी अदर में भी होंगे?
नहीं नहीं, इसी में आएंगे सिर्फ, यही यूज होंगे और कहीं नहीं होंगे।
इसे दान का करो। बहन जो
ये
मैं।
कॉन्स्टलेशन तो काम ही नहीं आते, यही आते हैं बस। मतलब कुछ इतने सारे कैरेक्टर ना, 50 है कैरेक्टर, उनमें से एक आधा कैरेक्टर ऐसा है, मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा कौन सा है। उसको अगर अपन कॉन्स्टलेशन उसका अपग्रेड करते हैं ना, तो वो कैरेक्टर बेकार हो जाता है।
ए भाई
हाँ
बता
मतलब
दियो
वो,
पहले कौन सा कैरेक्टर हो। मैं
तो वो
गाँव।
देख, वो नाम भूल गया मैं, देखना पड़ेगा। बाकी बस वो एक कैरेक्टर ही है शायद, बाकी तो सबको कर दो C6, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
हाँ, ये है भाई, सी करने में मतलब हालत तक आ जाती होगी। है ना?
अलग से तो क्या है, जिसका पैसा है वो तो कर देते हैं फटफट, जिसका नहीं है
वही तो।
वो बेचारा।
अरे अपने अपने जैसों के लिए तो बहन जो सी एक एक आईडी को एक प्लेयर को सी करने में हालत खराब हो जाती है भाई।
एक
हद
देख
है।
रहा था वीडियो में, उसमें फ्री टू प्ले बंदे क्या अकाउंट था, तो उसने येलन थी, येलन, हाँ येलन को 6 किया था। तो काफी सारे प्रीमियम्स लग गए थे, बहुत सारे।
तो एक बार बता
तो
मेरे
जितने,
को कि जैसे इसमें जो प्रीमो जेम्स है वो तो लिमिटेड है ना फिर? F2P
लिमिटेड
वाला
देख,
गिरा।
लिमिटेड देख, वर्ल्ड क्या होता है कि चेस्ट में मिलते हैं, क्वेस्ट में मिलता है। क्वेस्ट वाले सब लिमिटेड हो गए, चेस्ट वाले ये है कि चेस्ट तू कलेक्ट कर लेता है ना, तो चेस्ट रिस्पॉन भी हो जाते हैं वापस से।
अच्छा।
तो चेस्ट में दोबारा मिल जाएंगे, और दूसरा इवेंट आता है, तो इवेंट आते रहते हैं कोई ना कोई, तो उसमें प्रीमोजेम्स मिलते हैं बहुत सारे।
Here, cookie
अच्छा,
eater.
और
समझ
अपडेट
गया।
अपडेट आता है, अपडेट में भी
If
मिलते
no
हैं।
other reason, the food alone would be enough for Pot. Changing the
अपडेट आता
subject.
तो मेल में भेजते
It's taking
हैं हॉयर्ट्स
forever.
वाले ही,
He said that
या
there
फिर कोई
might be
पैच
an
फिक्स
issue with
होता
the
है तो
nearby
हॉयर्ट्स वाले ही दे
ley
देते हैं
line.
काफी प्रीमियम्स तो।
We came together, but now it's back to
इवेंट
business.
वाला भी
बाकी तो
काफी
जैसे
अच्छा देता है।
दूसरे, जैसे
You
अगर
know,
कोई दूसरा गेमर है तो
now
उससे
that
पीछे है,
Papa
तो
mentions
सिर्फ
it,
इस रीजन से पीछे है
he
कि
really
उन्होंने काफी
has
सारे
good
इवेंट किए हैं।
lots and
तो इवेंट से उनका
so
एक्सपीरियंस भी बढ़ा है, उनका एआर
I
लेवल भी
don't
बढ़ा
mean
है,
to throw
प्रीमियम जेम्स भी
away or
बढ़े हैं।
anything, but oh,
हम्म।
just
इसलिए जो 3 साल से
stop
खेल रहे हैं
it.
ना, वो 60 पर पहुंच गए हैं। जबकि मेरे सारे कंप्लीट है क्वेस्ट, लेकिन मैं 57 पर हूँ।
तेने बहुत खींचा भी तो है ना, तेने स्टोरी पे खींचा पहले।
Wow.
पेपर क्या, पर इसमें से ले लो अभी तो।
Yeah. Paimon, but we'll
और ये अपना
sure as Paimon's your
ये
guide.
कहाँ तक पहुंचा आयुष?
You wait, heavenly principles.
आयुष तो नहीं खेलता, वो तो जॉब पे जाता है, कम खेलता है। वो 26 के कुछ 26 है उसका, 26-27।
You know what? We've talked too long about this sad stuff. Let's talk about something happy instead, cause if you're sad, all right,
तो तेरे को
It's
जितना
been
गाइड
fun,
किया ना
so
सब
what
लोगों
are
ने,
you next?
स्टार्क ने, मैंने,
Paimon will take
बाकी
first
सब
look.
जितने भी खेले,
Come on,
किसी को कुछ
don't
भी नहीं
say
बोला
that.
जाता, पता है
Paimon
ना
just
कुछ।
wants to look after you for once.
अभी कह रहे तू तो काफी आगे भी पहुंच गया ना, तो उनका स्टार्टिंग फेज है और पता भी नहीं वो आगे खेले नहीं खेले। ठीक है, कोचिंग का बता देंगे।
मैं तो खेलूंगा यार, लंबा चौड़ा अच्छा गेम है, सिंगल गेम है।
हम्म,
एक ही गेम खेलूंगा तो फिर तो चल जाता है भाई।
अच्छा गेम है, गेम मजा आता
Hey, time
है।
to
इसमें
wake
जैसे
up.
कोई भी इवेंट है ना, तो
The
इवेंट
sun
में
has
जैसा भी
risen.
इवेंट आ रखा था, तो कर लिया ना तो सब कुछ इलेक्ट उसमें।
हाँ
हाँ, तो इवेंट में
What a
कुछ भी
deep
मिस मत करो,
sleeper.
इवेंट में कलेक्ट कर लो।
Hmm? Tear stains. You dreamed of your sibling last night, didn't? All right. Rest.
मतलब वेपन
इवेंट
भी
की
मिल
वजह
जाता है,
से
चीज़
तो
भी अच्छी हुआ।
इवेंट की
इवेंट
वजह
में
से तो काफी सारे प्रीमो जेम्स इकट्ठे हो गए।
हम्म,
तू तो नहीं खोल रहा ना ये नया वाला आया
क्या?
जो?
नहीं नहीं, मैंने तो 10-15 उस पे किए थे, वेपन पे किए थे। मतलब वेपन चाहिए मेरे को, 4 स्टार 5 स्टार जो भी हो। 4 स्टार का अच्छा बैनर है, तो 4 स्टार के लिए किया था, तो कुछ खास निकला नहीं अभी तो। मैं भी चाह रहा हूँ कि नहीं निकले वो वाला वेपन, मतलब क्रिट डैमेज वाला है, मतलब क्रिट रेट वाला है। क्रिट डैमेज होता ना फिर बढ़िया रहता, तो मतलब कुछ खास वेपन नहीं हो, ठीक वेपन है, मतलब बहुत गंदा नहीं है, बहुत अच्छा भी नहीं है।
अच्छा
हम्म, मतलब जैसे वो जो सिग्नेचर वेपन होता है किसी भी कैरेक्टर का, तो
Do
वो
you
आया
think
तो का
you're
सिग्नेचर
doing?
वेपन है,
This
तो उस
place
पे
is
बेस्ट रहेगा
not
अगर
whatever
आया तो
you
यूज करते
think
तो।
it is. Nor should you. Your travel
हम्म,
companion. You mean the one that was keeping watch by your side last night? Your companion departed for the forest early this morning. That much I saw with my own eye.
You were nearby last night.
What business is that of yours? All you need to
तेरे को
know
क्या
is that
मतलब है?
I
तो अपना काम
claimed
कर।
this place first. Do I make myself quite clear? Leave.
तेरे को क्या लगता है कि मतलब जैसे 5 स्टार वेपन के लिए कितने पीटी चाहिए होते हैं? मतलब उसमें भी वही लगते हैं कि 90
What
50
are you
सेम
पीटी?
सेम
waiting for?
हाँ, कैरेक्टर की तरह ही वो तो। उसके अंदर ये होता है कि 2 वेपन होते हैं एक
You
बैनर पे,
must
तो अगर जैसे उसमें
suit
सेलेक्ट करने का ऑप्शन
yourself.
होता है कौन सा वेपन तुम्हें सेलेक्ट करना है,
I
वो तो
तो तूने
सिलेक्ट कर।
सेलेक्ट कर
been
लिया।
observing you.
हाँ, सेलेक्ट कर लिया और
You
तूने खोला,
don't
और
look
वो
like
ऊपर
a
दूसरा निकल गया
forest
5 स्टार,
ranger
वो नहीं निकला
nor
जो तूने सेलेक्ट
someone
किया,
from the academia.
तो फिर सेकंड टाइम में गारंटीड होगा वो।
Still, I'm warning you.
अच्छा समझ गया।
No
हाँ,
funny
ऐसा नहीं कि सेलेक्ट कर लिया तो यही
business.
निकलेगा।
Promise me that,
गेंशिन वाले बहुत वो
and you can do as you
बहुत
please.
आराम को
Okay,
वर्ड्स।
fine. Whatever. Just move aside. I'm heading in. You. Oh, go on then. But no overreacting to anything you see in here, okay? You want to come on then?
लैंग्वेज चेंज कर ली, जापानीज से इंग्लिश में आ गया तो।
अरे फिर मेरे को खुद को पढ़नी पड़ती है।
अच्छा।
मैं क्या कुछ और भी काम करता हूँ ना, तो सुनता रहता हूँ कि हाँ ये चल रहा है।
वही तो हिलचो।
हाँ।
ये
Mind your own business. Don't. How could he be? He was too young
अभी
for
शायद वो
anything
वाला
like
क्वेस्ट नहीं
that.
है तेरे ड्रीम्स वाला, क्या आ गया?
So don't you lay a finger
अरे
on
कह
him.
तो रहा
इंसेप्शन वाला।
हूँ,
Just
छुड़ा लिया उसको नीदा को।
find yourself a corner to rest if you're tired.
अरे नीदा को
Cold.
छुड़ाना,
फिर
नीदा के साथ मिलके वो, हाँ
वो
ठीक है।
क्या जो तेरे पास है वंडरर, उसको भी मार लिया।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा।
अब जा रहे
हाँ हाँ
थे
हाँ
इसकी तलाश में, तो ये बीच में मिल गया कि और ये
हाँ हाँ, ये बकचोदी करेगा
You
इसका ये इंचर के
from
साथ थोड़ी सी।
Conria? Who are you? Exactly? And how do you know I'm from Conria?
क्या बोलता है, क्या बोल रहा था मैं? हाँ
You
तो इसका पायमन
worship
का
a
बोलते हैं ना,
god?
किसी काम की नहीं है।
Traveler?
फाइनली एक क्वेस्ट आया, उसको थोड़ी सी काम आती है। पायमन फाउंटेन।
है फाउंटेन में।
हाँ हाँ, मतलब ऐसे एक छोटी सी वो होती है जेल, जेल क्या बोलते हैं, वो होता है ना पिंजरा टाइप का दिखता है इसके अंदर।
Sounds like you've had an eventful life.
तो उसके अंदर एक
Oh,
सुन
I
ले, वो से वो
apologize for
इतना
my
वो नहीं है,
earlier
स्पॉइलर
hostility,
नहीं
but
है।
you must understand, as far as I'm
तो उसमें एक
concerned,
बंदा होता है,
humans
तो अपन
who
उसको
do not worship the
छुड़ाते
seven
हैं, और वो
Anomaly
बंदा अपन को बंद
and
करके भाग
all
जाता
who
है।
place faith in the
है
gods
तो फिर
are
पायमन हेल्प करती है वहाँ
my
पर अपन को निकालने में।
enemies.
पायमन की मदद
पायमन
से
से
हो
अपन
पाता है।
बोलते हैं कि ये कर ये कर ये कर, तब वो निकालती है, उसको इंस्ट्रक्शन देने पड़ता है पायमन
That
अब जाके लग रहा है कि हाँ
but
थोड़ा सा
what
काम
gives a
आएगी वो पूरे
gentleman
मैच में।
this
को। वही पूरे गेम
wretched
में वही एक ही
curse
क्वेस्ट लगा
of
रखा है कि हाँ चलो इसने
immortality?
कुछ किया है, कि
The
छुड़ाया जेल से
curse.
करके इसके अंदर से।
We lost our home,
वाह।
बाकी पूरे गेम में
our
बकबक करती
loved
रही।
ones, everything. All we can do is watch
मैंने सुमेरु
helplessly
वाला क्वेस्ट था और
as our
इंजुमा वाला भी हाफ ऑलमोस्ट उसमें खेला है मैंने, म्यूट में खेला है, नो साउंड पे।
सुमेरु वाला।
सुना है लेकिन
हाँ
because although Con any
सुनना
who
ही नहीं
मेरे को
आता।
तो नहीं आता
has
समझ में, तो मैं
not
स्किप कर देता हूँ, फिर
those
स्टोरी देख लेता
that
हूँ
set
उसके बाद
his
में।
I then
क्योंकि मैं क्या
Conrier. After
कहाँ
all,
तक
I
पढ़ोगे यार।
always owed him
सुमेरु
much
कुछ ज्यादा ही है
affection.
ना पगचौदी के अंदर।
She was.
अरे बहुत, वो था ना वाला जो तूने
No,
लास्ट किया
if
था,
nothing
सपना
else.
सपना, वही कितना बड़ा था।
Yeah.
अभी तो वो आर वाला भी बहुत लंबा है भाई।
आर एन आर वाला तो क्या है कि वो जो वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट है ना वो बहुत बड़ा है, बाकी स्टोरी क्वेस्ट तो ज्यादा नहीं है इसका शायद।
Over here. I'm sure you're one. Well, one which will help him to
दिया करना,
recover
अपने
his.
भी थोड़ दिया कर, इस पे ये बोलते हैं
क्या
I do not
जैसे अब इसकी मदद
hope
कर रहे हैं ना
to
अपन,
break the
बकचोद
curse.
की तेरी
I
बकचोदी
am
दे रहा है,
well
एक
aware
तारीफ कर रहा
it
है।
is said
गुस्सा आ रहा है,
that
इसको
this
इरिटेटिंग तरीके से बात कर
that
रहा है।
it might just work. In my youth, the gods have already. Never
ऐसे
mind.
रियल में होता है
As
ना,
it
ऐसा
happened, my
थोड़ी थोड़ी आवाज
hands
नीचे, फिर
don't
बात
have the
करेंगे। ढंग से बात
Also,
करनी आती नहीं तो करेगा।
do you have any of
ये देख
Sumeru's
बराबर
regional
गई थी ये
specialties on hand?
फूल दिख रहा है ना।
Oh, wonderful.
हाँ नीले वाले।
This is the method.
लोटस दे दे उसको वापस क्लिक कर ले, तेरे पास होंगे ऑलरेडी।
क्राफ्ट करने की बोल रहा है तो
क्राफ्ट करने की बोल रहा है शायद, क्राफ्ट कर ले। अरे ये नहीं क्राफ्ट करना है।
पहले मैं मेरा काम करूँ फिर इसका दूंगा।
नहीं, क्या
ये
मिला
वाले
कुछ तो
नहीं।
कर इसके ऊपर, मिला ही
स्ट्रेंज
नहीं।
मशरूम मेरे
क्या
पास
क्या
ये
क्या
क्या
था?
था। स्ट्रेंज मशरूम क्या ना ये नेमलेस करके इसके ही काम में आएगा बस वो पूरे गेम
Is
में।
it?
टर्न हाँ करना
In
पड़ेगा।
all, on well, the moment has finally arrived. No, no. We need to. I said before that this,
एक और दवाई
which
बना रही
means we.
कड़ा रहता है।
Let's go.
इधर दिख रहा था वो फूल, ये रहा।
एक ही कलेक्ट किया, बहुत सही।
एक ही तो था।
अरे दो थे।
अरे यार मुझे लगा एक ही है।
तो वही क्यों नहीं, एक कलेक्ट करा और नीचे आ गया, अपन वापस जाएगा भाई। वही ना, तो जैसे कभी
Look
वो
at this.
जरूरत
God
होती है ना
of
तो
wisdom.
अपन फिर सारे एक साथ
I.
रिलेट करते हैं।
हाँ वो तो किसी और वर्ल्ड में भी कर लेंगे।
Son.
आज के ना फिश
Everything
भाई
that
कितने सारे वर्ल्ड में गया, किसी के डोमेन क्लियर कर रहे, किसी के
Oh, I
बॉस क्लियर कर
please
रहा है, फिर
God.
जाके फिश विश क्लियर करी मैंने।
मेरे को क्या कहते हैं, मैंने 2 पे छोड़ रखा उसको, रैंक 2 करके।
मैंने तो भाई रैंक 2 के बाद एक साथ ही 30 फिश क्लियर करी, इधर भी 30 उधर भी 30 रेड वाली। मैप करंटली स्टोरी मोड में जो क्या मतलब है इसका, मेरे को मैप नहीं देखने दे रहा है।
कैन नॉट कंप्लीट दिस सेक्शन।
अच्छा ये इसने एक सर्कल बना दिया ना मेरे आसपास, देख मैप।
कर ले इसका काम कर ले बच्चे से पूरा। इसको दवाई देनी है ना इसका, जरूरी है
हाँ
इसका,
यार
बेचारा रेड लाइट के आसपास घूमता रहता है, जा नहीं पाता।
ऐसा हो गया जब से।
ये बोली ना इसने स्टार्टिंग में, मैंने देखा था को रात में।
Coffee bear. We've
लाइट
prepared the
बहुत
medicine.
ठीक हो गई।
We might as well.
क्या क्या इसने ऐसा?
वही का है ना ये बंदा,
Curry bear.
फॉरनर
It's
फॉरनर का कहाँ का है
your
वो।
father. Curry bear. Curry bear. I'm sorry I couldn't be, but I'm here now. Are you still angry with me? I
ये
know.
तो साइड मिशन से वो जग
So
जाएगा,
sorry,
साले
Curry bear.
पूरी दुनिया लगी है
Forgive
उसके
me.
पीछे।
Please. Please. Oh, gods above. What more? You took every.
हिलचर की
I
बहुत
give
बकचोदी
you
है,
my
माउंट
bear.
फाउंटेन भी भेज दी हिलचर की
The gods
बकचोदी।
of this world have never stood with
अरे मैं पूरा
humanity, not
दिखाई।
even for a moment.
ल्यू में कर्स वाला भी करा होगा ना तूने मिशन एक,
Reasons.
हिलचर्स को कर्स लग जाता है।
You
किसको?
सब बड़े
think
होते
so?
हैं गाने
हाँ
हिलचर 2।
Give up.
सपने में रहते हैं जो।
Even if I must stay here with him for
हाँ शायद
50 years.
मतलब लियो में, हाँ
100.
लियो में ही होता है वो, एक अपन उस फिर आजादों को मारते हैं अपन उसको,
Let's go. The
बड़े से
most
वो गेंडे को।
crucial ingredient in
वंडर की कह रहा है क्या?
the details don't matter,
नहीं
right?
नहीं, लियो में
There
एक
is a
वो आता है
waterfall.
क्वेस्ट
I'll be
जहाँ पे
here
हिलचर्स
watching
बेहोश हो
Curry
जाता
Bear.
है, फिर अपन एक
Good.
डोमेन अनलॉक
Then
करते हैं,
please
डोमेन के
head
अंदर अपन
over.
को वो मिलता है ज्यादा करके बॉस मिलता है, तो फाइट नहीं होती है शायद, शायद वो वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट में होगा, मेरी स्टोरी में नहीं है। लिनेट भी ले लेते हैं, लिनेट को ले ले रहे क्या कहते हैं एक्सप्लोरिंग के लिए, तो ये रहेगा नहीं?
लीनेट कौन सी?
जिससे फास्ट भागती थी ना वो।
वो लेवल एक ही है यार, फिर चेंज करने बैठना पड़ता है, इतने में पहुंच ही जाता हूँ। वो जैसे रेगिस्तान वगैरह में बहुत जरूरत पड़ी थी मेरी उसके, काम में आ जाती वो।
तो
ऊपर टीपी नहीं दिया दिया।
ये राइट में है ना, क्या बोलते हैं इसको, लियो का जो ये थी ये पूरा एरिया, ये माइंस वाला गया नीचे
ये राइट में इधर।
हाँ ये सामने जो एरिया है ना ये तेरे आगे।
हाँ 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 हाँ
कर ले इसके मिशन करे तूने आके।
कर लिया ना, मतलब साइड में मेन स्टोरी वाला का।
You're back.
बहुत बड़े मिशन
Curry Bear's condition is stable. By which I mean, anyway. I need you to stand guard here for a while. Whatever you do,
ये कुछ भी नहीं करता है बहन के तक।
I need you to guard. आ गया अभी चल। हमने सोचा है बोला नहीं। उन्होंने कोई एक डायलॉग नहीं बोला, एक बोलते रहे। ठीक जा रहा है डैमेज तो मतलब कर सकते हैं, अच्छी फाइट ले सकते हैं। थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा अभी, मतलब
What
लंबी फाइट
happened?
लेता था।
Was it monsters? Oh, thank goodness you were here. Oh, yes, I've got the first. Next, we pick the mushrooms and repeat the same steps as before to make another dose.
I showed this ना
आज सच के कैसे बोला है? I still remember you. You still remember
लालची
that?
ऐसा।
हाँ, खुद को कुछ काम करना नहीं है।
फिर पानी लेने जाऊं।
Oh, sorry. I have been so. I do indeed. That's why it was just a fleeting thought.
हाँ
देगा
बहन
इसके
चोदी।
मन में है ना कुछ खुराफाती आइडिया चल रहा है। बाद
हाँ
में देगा, बिल्कुल देगा थोड़ी सी।
देगा ये।
अरे नहीं नहीं, मैं तो ये वो
ये ऐसे ही करते हैं ज्यादातर सारे ही। बहन चोद। और कोई काम नहीं होता इन्हें,
We're here.
सारा काम अपन से करवा के वो
Wait a
पहुंच गया
moment.
होता है।
Hey, what was that? Cory Bear!
वो भाग गया, वो खड़ा होती भाग
He
गया।
must have left.
हाँ
Come on!
पता भी नहीं।
बहन चोद।
पीछे करो उसको। बोलो तो नीचे। नाइस।
है कुछ नहीं देखेगा है।
दिया होगा अपने साथ मीट करता होगा।
नहीं है नहीं है नहीं है, मीट भी नहीं, जानवर ही है वो।
वो कटी मार दे बेचारे।
पता नहीं था।
That's not Cory Bear. Right. Cory Bear's scarf was a gift I my
अब वहां पे
my
पूछेंगे तो
eyes
ऐसा
must
नहीं
be
हो कि
going.
अब
वहां
भाग
पे
गया
हमला हो
क्या
जाए,
वो?
भाग्य हो,
Yes.
लड़ाई हो जाए।
वही है वही है, ये इसका इसका खोल के भागा है।
अब रुक बे।
यार रुक ना, फॉलो करना तेरे को, कितना मार रहा है। फॉलो फॉलो फॉलो।
Did it go in here?
इन फॉग।
क्या बोला ये? डोमेन खोलेंगे।
ये डच कैजम का तो नहीं है
Ghastly
अंदर?
place. Has it always existed?
अरे
I swear I've never noticed
ये
it
बोल भी तो
before.
रहता है सुमेरु के अंदर एक कहीं ना कहीं कार्नियर है।
क्या है?
कार्निमल
इकोनॉमी ना?
Worshipping.
है।
Sometimes
Animal?
walking, sometimes
अरे
kneeling and
केजम के अंदर क्या है?
appears to be in earnest.
चेज़म के अंदर क्या है? कुछ नहीं।
कार्नियर है ना?
Anything like there's a
अरे इस प्लेस का नाम क्या है वो केजम के अंदर?
चेज़म ही नाम है उसका।
नहीं क्या कहते हैं वो डेनियल्स का होम।
छोड़ छोड़ छोड़, स्टोरी बोला करता।
अरे वो कौन है वो? डेनियल ही तो है वो। कौन है? डेनियल नाम है ना उसका।
याद नहीं आ रहा मेरे को।
अरे यार
यार नाम याद रहेंगे क्या? किसी बात कर कितने नाम। जाना तो जा, तो अपन देखते पता चल जाएगा क्या है।
तो उस वो 500 साल पहले उसका शहर तबाह कर दिया था, लोग मर गए, जो वही लोग है।
अच्छा 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 अच्छा।
ये वही इंसान है। तो अभी जब ये अभी बात चल रही थी ना, जब किया आया था, वो दोनों बैठ के बात कर रहे थे, तब दारू वारू पीने के नहीं चल रही थी क्या बात, जब तू आया था? तो उन्होंने ये तो कहा था कि मतलब उनकी जगह का नाम है ना कार्नियर। क्या नाम है उनकी जगह का नाम? घर है जो तोड़ दिया 500 साल पहले, लड़ाई हुई थी, जो जंग हुई थी, जब टूट गया था तो सारे लोग एबिस जैसे बन गया। तो उन्होंने ये बोला था कि ये सुमेरु का अंदर भी एक एक कार्नियर का रास्ता है, मतलब रास्ता है, जाने की जगह है। कार्नियर बसा हुआ था मतलब जमीन के नीचे। तो सुमेरु का अंदर भी बताया गया था जब बात चल रही थी।
ये
तो
तो
ये
शायद नॉर्मल डोमेन है शायद, छोटा सा।
अरे गलती से डोमेन नहीं है ये, कार्नियर ही है, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है। अभी देखना, यहाँ पे वो मिलेगा अपन को, वही डेनियल्स मिलेगा अपन को।
हाँ 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 हाँ, याद आ गया थोड़ा सा। मैं भी यहाँ से ले रहा हूँ। मैं क्यों टेलीपोर्ट कर सकता
Is this a teleportation device? What energy is powering it?
ये आदमी भी तो वहीं का है, कार्नियर का।
वही है। माना है ना।
मास चुदाने जाइए।
अरे तुम्हारे का गेट खुलेगा सामने का।
अरे
Propagate!
Say cheese!
Scatter!
Hold that pose!
Propagate!
You're toast!
फुल कर लो यार, फिर आगे नहीं में आएगा।
ये अच्छा फीचर है फरीना का, मतलब बिना
हाँ,
के स्किल के भी वो हील करती रहती है।
और वो बहुत लंबे टाइम तक मानना पड़ेगा।
मतलब ये सही चीज लगी, खाना खाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
हाँ यार, ये जब से आई है ना, मैंने वाकई में बहुत रेयर टाइम पे खाना खाया होगा, फाइट के बीच में या ऐसे कहीं पे।
सही है। हाँ तो तेरे को भी, मैं जैसे बैनर से खेलता हूँ, मेरा कैरेक्टर मर जाता तो एक बार रिवाइव करने के लिए डिश खिलानी पड़ती है, एग वाली कोई सी। उसके बाद तो फिर बैनर से फरीना का तो सही है, ज़्यादा बेटर। बस का वही है कि जब वो अबीस वगैरह में फाइट लेते हैं ना, तो उसको हीलिंग काम नहीं आती है, फिर इतना ध्यान भी नहीं
हाँ,
देते।
Oh, brilliant! Right, man, it's say cheese! Hold that pose! May I present? Boba, get them!
चेस्ट नहीं है क्या इधर? वो रहा। जाने का रास्ता कहाँ है?
अरे बाद में खुलेगा, उधर ही जाना है पहले इधर को।
अच्छा, नहीं मुझे लग रहा हो रहा रास्ता।
उधर से ही तो है, येलो मार्क है।
नहीं, अच्छा सामने है ना रास्ता, तो नीचे से है ना
येलो
अपन
मार्क
तो।
इधर आ रहा है।
अब क्या किया जाए?
उधर ही जा, क्या बोलते हैं जो रास्ता है।
हाँ, मुझे वही लग रहा है, सामने ही है रास्ता तो। मैं आया था नीचे से। इधर तो नहीं है जाने का,
Maybe-
चढ़ने का भी नहीं है यहाँ तो,
नहीं, कुछ नहीं। सामने जाना, सामने जाना, शायद वापस आएंगे अपन।
है
ये
ना।
सीधे
मुझे
वापस आ जाएंगे। हाँ,
टेलीपोर्टर दे रखे हैं उन्होंने, क्योंकि
मैं भी उस तरफ ही जाएगा ये। अगर मिशन उस तरफ हुआ ना तो वापस आने का रास्ता तो होगा obviously।
How did I get on the ceiling?
सोच ही रहा था
Did
यार।
the room turn upside down?
देख तेरी बहन कितनी अच्छी ले
Or
आई।
gravity itself?
टेलीपोर्ट कर देना तेरे को अंदर की तरफ। लॉक
हम्म।
करके, मैं करके। टेस्ट कहाँ था देख ले, ले जा।
अब मुझे समझ में आया यहाँ क्या चल रहा है। अरे नहीं यार, 2 स्टार ले लिया वरना।
मैं ही रखना शायद बीच में।
It seems like I need to find a place to insert the rune.
एक और ढूंढना है।
है ना।
ऊपर जो-
अब मेरे को समझ में आ रहा है ये
ऊपर
क्या है।
जाना। हाँ,
हाँ, ये है ना, ये जो जगह है या फिर वो वाली जो जगह है वो फ्यूचर है ना।
फ्यूचर
मतलब फ्यूचर नहीं, वो प्रेजेंट है। और ये जो है ये प्रेजेंट है, वो पास्ट है। ठीक है, तो पास्ट में तो गेट वेट लग रहे हैं और सारी दीवारें बन रही है। ठीक है, पास्ट में तो सब कुछ सही है, लेकिन
इसमें काम कर, इसमें काम कर। ऊपर देख, यहाँ से पूरा देख लिया ना। अब टेलीपोर्ट करके वहां से ऊपर देखना।
अबे हाँ, पूरा
देख वो
अपसाइड
teleport है
डाउन, अपसाइड डाउन ही है।
ना, अपसाइड डाउन है बस। तूने एक गेट खोला था, तो उधर वाला खोला था।
हाँ, उधर वाले में ही है वो चेस्ट।
रोल में छोड़ना फिर भी।
ये रहा।
अच्छा, अब ये साल वाले टेलीपोर्ट से शायद उस वाले में जाएगा तो क्या एक्चुअली यार ये गेम चल।
भाई इतना वो भी नहीं है ये, मतलब आईक्यू वाला जिसे मैं कह सकूं कि ये बहुत खतरनाक आईक्यू वाला है।
हाँ मतलब वो ऐसा होता ना कि जैसे पोर्टल 2 की तरह होता था।
लोग ही कान पड़ जाती।
हाँ, तो पता नहीं हो रहा।
एक लेवल अगर लाके रख दो ना 50-40।
नहीं इसमें है अच्छे पजल भी आएंगे, पर इसमें पजल अच्छे नहीं है। पजल को समझने वाली दिक्कत है। एक बार समझ में आ जाए ना तो इजी है पजल। क्या करना है पजल में वो थोड़ा सा ये ढंग से देते नहीं है। फाउंटेन में भी काफी सारे पजल है। ये
अभी थोड़ा
गेट के पीछे था तो वैसे ही आ जाता रहा।
एक अभी सरल को मार दिया पर नहीं, दूसरा अभी सरल ने।
बकचोदी मत कर, आ जा।
पहले हील करूंगा मैं।
अरे फाइट करते रहे रात में।
इसकी जो बफ है ना वो बहुत देर तक चलेगी, फिर जब सब हील हो जाएंगे। क्योंकि मेरे पास ये है ना शार्लेट से जैसे ही मैं अल्ट चलाऊंगा, बस चलाऊंगा।
इसका बफ यूज ही मत करना तू।
अरे इसका शार्लेट का जैसे बर्स्ट चलाऊंगा ना तो वापस से फुल हेल्थ हो जाएगी मेरी तो। क्योंकि वैसे भी है ना ये वाटर टाइप है। ये देख नीचे गुड्डा आ रहे हैं ना, जितने ज़्यादा गुड्डा आएंगे इसका मतलब ये है कि सामने वाले के ऊपर जो है वो पूरा यूज़ हो रहा है 100%। ये मैंने सुना था इसका।
रोटेशन वगैरह ये वो टाइमिंग
Propagate! Germinate!
Say cheese!
हीलर हो जाते हैं ना टाइम में, तो फिर बड़े टाइम लग जाता है।
अरे 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 अरे, मैं डोज कर रहा हूँ, स्टेमिना खत्म था वो। अब हीलिंग पे ध्यान देना पड़ेगा।
तेरी शार्लेट कर देगी ना ये लोग।
हाँ लेकिन उसको आ नहीं रही ना अभी, बस आ गई क्या?
नहीं तो ऐसा ना किसी से भी डैमेज देके चेंज कर ले। शार्लेट आ गई।
देख रहा मैं कितना बचने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ सालों से। अब तो खत्म है ये। फोकटी
कोने में
यूज करा ही मादर।
He was
छुप गया है तो
a perfect
फिर
being.
तारीफ कर रहा है इसकी।
हाँ,
पर हरा दिया।
I'm in awe.
ये बनेगा वो।
Had the most wondrous aura, a perilous yet beautiful power.
क्या बच्चों दिया
And
ये।
yet, you were able to defeat him. Oh, your strength is great.
चलो,
Let's continue
चलो।
on.
अरे तो
I
ये-
find myself
कंटिन्यू ऑन। डर के नहीं भागा वो, देख रहा है।
जाता रहे तो हील हो जाएगा।
मीटर है बस, यहीं कहीं तक मीटर है इसका, गायब हो
अरे
जाएगी
तो
ये।
वापस बना लेना ना उसको, कोई दिक्कत हो ना, आगे वापस बना लेना।
7 सेकंड लेगी, वो आसपास रहती है जब तक तो ठीक है।
उसको बना के छोड़ दो, फिर कैरेक्टर को भगाते रहो।
ऐसे ना,
Brilliant!
फिर वो इतनी सी दूर जाने के बाद गायब हो जाएगी। ये गायब हुई। अब वो देख बनने में टाइम लग रहा है, ऐसे
जैसे
समझा।
आप कहीं खड़े हो जाते हैं ना अपन, तो फिर वो
अच्छा
सही है।
अरे बहुत जगह है।
I think we've made.
कमेंट आएगा ना यूट्यूब पर, तेरे भैया क्या कर रहे हो? कुछ नहीं, हील कर रहा हूँ बस। क्या करते हो? हील करता हूँ। क्या करोगे? हील करूँगा।
भाई अरे ये तो पुराना वाला है, मतलब जाना पहचाना लग रहा है। अरे ये वही है। अरे 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 भाई, ये टाइम तो नहीं है। एक की गर्दन कटी हुई थी जो अपन ने फर्स्ट इनाजुमा वाला वो ढूंढा था। वो 7 स्टेचू, एक की गर्दन कटी हुई थी नीचे। तो वो वाली इमेज अभी ट्रेवलर के माइंड में आई कि इसको देख के, वो जो अभी क्रिस्टल दिखाया था आसमान में, तो वो इसी की गर्दन तो नहीं थी क्योंकि ये झुक के भी बैठ रहा है और उसको मतलब एज अ देवता पता नहीं जो भी है।
मे भी अपन पास्ट में यहाँ पर।
क्योंकि इसकी इमेज नहीं आनी चाहिए थी ना अभी।
ये यूं भी है ना कि ये बैठा हुआ ऐसे कट जाएगी गर्दन।
Creature, why do you bow down? For I am no god. I am but a sinner.
आई एम बट ए सिनर। वाह।
भगवान नहीं मैं पापी हूँ।
You are like a flower, born in sin, yet pure. You need no longer hold back your resentment, nor accept the count. Go forth, become a transcendent one, rise beyond, and I shall shed a tear at the end of time.
एग्जैक्टली। उसको तो पावर दे दी उसने।
What just happened? When I saw that thing, my heart was instantly at peace. I am. I feel good. In fact, I feel better than I did before I came in here.
आई एम नॉट गॉड, आई एम बट ए सिन, है ना? ये बोला था ना वो।
हम्म।
ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि वो जिसने उसकी गर्दन काटी है वो क्रिस्टल के अंदर फिर फंस गया हो, वो बात कर रहा हो इनसाइड ऑफ हेड।
Is that so? All right.
तुमने दे
As
रहे
you
हो।
wish.
आई एम नो गॉड, आई एम बट सिन।
अरे ऐसी लाइन नहीं है कि भगवान नहीं हूँ मैं, बस जैसे सिनर मतलब पापी, पाप करने वाला।
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ कि
Cory Bear! Oh, thank goodness! He's still okay. I have a strange feel for this to happen. Right at the... You say that I bowed before that thing, so perhaps it might be just as effective. I have to try. No matter what, you said it yourself. I have to exhaust all options.
वाह, अनदर मेडिसिन।
तेरे को बनानी
Cory
पड़ेगी
Bear.
फ्लाइट। उड़ गया उड़ गया उड़ गया लौंडा,
उल्टा नहीं है, उड़ा ही गया।
उड़ गया। पेरेड जला ले।
Papa?
Cory Bear! Oh, my goodness, it worked! It's a miracle! You see, it worked! Cory Bear can...
Where's Mama?
Mama is... Cory Bear, look at me. Do you...
Of course.
What the fuck are you?
How do you feel, Cory Bear? Are you fully awake now?
Yes. It feels like I just woke up from a long, long sleep. Wait.
वेंचर बन गया।
Don't panic, son. It's just... There's no more con.
ये
No
कानरिया।
But do you know
समझा?
what it means?
कारनिया वो जगह का नाम ही तो था।
Red sky.
तो अपन जहाँ थे वो
End of the world.
किया, और वो जो डेनियल्स नाम का जो बंदा है, वो दोनों यही बात कर रहे थे कि मैंने सुना है कि यहाँ पे सुमेरु में भी एक कारनिया है, और वो ढूंढने के तलाश के उसके अंदर ही ये सेपरेट हो गए थे, ये बात कर रहा था। और इन्हें मिल गया वो, शायद वो जहाँ से ये आए अभी, वही लग रहा है।
In this world, you have to be a little monster, but you get to stay.
मैं नहीं कह रहा कि तेरे को अलग उसमें रहना पड़ेगा थोड़ा सा,
No.
लिटिल मॉन्स्टर बन के
Of
रहना।
course not.
किसने देख लिया और
Cory Bear,
लग गया
you still
इसको।
have Mama's scarf
वो
on
देखा
your
हिया
arm.
करना आ रहा है।
That
हाँ।
means she's watching over you, protecting you. So how could you be dead? Yes.
तो पानी तो डाला
Really?
नहीं जाता इससे,
You've
खत्म।
only just... Oh,
तो किस तरह?
and never take off your mask. Understand? Whatever happens, you mustn't...
Okay, Papa.
ओके पापा।
तो मास्क के अंदर क्या है?
Not since that day have I
वो
been
उसकी शक्ल निकाल
so
देना पड़ेगी उसकी।
glad as I am.
क्या?
I knew that
पर उसकी शक्ल देखेगा तो
placing
फट
my
जाएगी ना
hope in
उसकी।
the seven was a waste of time. I even worshipped at one of their statues like a common fool. Never before have I humiliated myself. Once a murderer, always a murderer. I was naive to think, but the god we saw in that cave. Now, that was a truly mighty god. That wondrous power. It was. Now then, after one besieges a god, and the god piety is hardly my area of expertise, but surely a sinner. Oh, don't be absurd. You don't know a single thing about him.
पॉकेट
How
उसकी हेल्प कर रहा
should
था, कोई
I
मकसद
have
नहीं दे रहा
both
है।
witnessed
इसको वहीं
his
छोड़ के आ जाना
divine
चाहिए था।
power? No matter.
वो हरल्ड
Leave
के
it to
हाथ में
it.
छोड़ देना था।
You cannot shake.
हाँ,
I
सूर्य
am
तेलेपोर्ट
going
के
to
पास।
pay my respects with or without you.
देख उसी के पास जा रहे हैं शैतान के पास।
पाइमोन नहीं मिली अभी तक। क्या कह रहा है ये?
आया था?
The experience has deeply affected on particular stable, ठीक है, religion or something और ठीक है। Anyway, the most हाँ करना पड़ेगा पीछा। कुछ नहीं
किसी
दिया।
से बातचीत करनी हो तो
अरे यहाँ पे मर गया एक।
कोई कोई मिशन ऐसे होते हैं। एक मिशन ऐसा है उसमें रेगिस्तान जो है ना, उसमें एक मिशन है कि उसका पीछा करना होता है फटे का, तो फटे दिखते ही वो मार देते हैं। फिर वेट करो उसका वापस रिस्पॉन होने का। एक बार तो मैं कि करे क्या फिर यूट्यूब पे देखा कि कुछ ही नहीं है, फिर एक कमेंट मिला मेरे को, भाई कुछ नहीं, थोड़ा सा दूर जाके वापस आ जाओ। मैं बहुत देर से मैंने अब क्या करे।
उसके लिए यूट्यूब देखना पड़ा।
उसको मार दिया भाई, मतलब मैंने उसको मार दिया। अब मैं देख रहा हूँ रास्ता ओपन हो ही नहीं रहा, क्या करना है कुछ नहीं करना समझ भी नहीं आ रहा। बहुत देर हो गई। बाकी लोग भी काफी सारे अच्छे
वापिस ही वहीं जा रहे हैं अपन। अरे मैंने डोज लिया लेकिन
बाकी तो फाइट शील्ड तोड़ने में टाइम सही गेट के लगा तब तक ही
हाँ
No, impossible. What happened? The Hilichurl worshippers have disappeared too. Was it all an illusion? That's true. Yes, it can't have been an illusion. I still feel that it was neither illusion nor coincidence. Let's go, traveler. There is surely a reason for its disappearance, and I do believe that someday in the future we shall see it again. Could he really have been a sinner and not a god?
इतनी जल्दी बिल्ली को छोड़ दिया इसने।
भाई ये खतरनाक है
हाँ, तगड़े को
भाई।
पहले तो ऐसे
भाई कोई भी हो लेकिन ऐसा चेला तो कोई भी नहीं चाहेगा।
अभी तो वही कह रहा था कि भाई ये
Cory
बड़ा
Bear,
देखा ही नहीं है वो
where has he gone?
ब्यूटीफुल लड़की
Oh,
वो भी चला
no,
गया।
no. Maybe someone else came by and found him?
नहीं
No,
तो खुद ही गया।
no, it can't have been
दूसरे
that.
रूम में होगा वो
There's
ऐसा
no sign of a
मास्क
break-in
उतार के अपनी
and
शक्ल देख
no
रहा होगा।
sign of anyone having been here. This does
हाँ
not
मास्क
bode
पड़ा
well.
होगा शंख।
What if he's spotted by a forest ranger or an adventurer in his current state?
नहीं क्योंकि यहाँ पे अगर फॉरेस्ट रेंजर आया होता तो यहाँ पे फाइट या कुछ ऐसा हुआ होता। फॉरेस्ट रेंजर नहीं है, वो गया तो खुद की मर्जी से उठ गया।
Wait a minute. This isn't how we left it.
लेके भाग गया कुछ ना कुछ।
Oh no. Did
या उसने पढ़ लिया
Did
या जो भी हो। ये गिरा हुआ है, इसके अंदर रखा हुआ था, ये कांच था ब्रोकन जब अपन आए थे।
The mirror,
वो कह रहा है
it's
शक्ल देखी
broken.
उसने अपनी शक्ल देख के कहाँ तोड़ दिया उसने।
देख कह रहा ना वो
हाँ
ब्रोकन
तो मैं
होल
बोल रहा हूँ ना
टाइम।
शक्ल उसने मास्क
He
हटाया
must have
शक्ल
taken
देखी
his
अपनी।
mask off and seen what he looks
अच्छा
like.
उसने खुद की शक्ल देख ली।
तोड़ दिया।
If he'd just done as he was told. We have to find him.
वाह भाई वाह।
वो कैसे भागा गेट बंद कर।
खुलने वाला गेट है तो
हाँ तो ऐसा क्या मतलब ऐसा भागा कि गेट बंद करने का टाइम था उसके बाद।
It's his scarf.
ऑटोमेटिक बंद होता है ये वाला, तुझे याद नहीं है?
Looks like we are going the right way.
मैं फर्स्ट टाइम में घुस ही नहीं पाया था, जैसे खुला खट लगी।
कर दे।
जैसे देखियो ये एक बार दबा के मट गया, अब वो है ना ये ऐसा वाला है।
ऑटोमेटिक क्लोज।
फर्स्ट टाइम में आया मैं घुस ही नहीं पाया, मैंने कि क्या हो गया ये, अब लग क्यों गया।
Cory Bear! Cory Bear! Where are you?
हाँ ये चिल्ला में आ गया।
वो रहे फॉरेस्ट रेंजर।
Curses! Forest rangers.
Hey, who are you? We haven't seen you around here before. What's your business here?
Have you seen a hilly churl?
Hilly
A
churl.
churl should have come past this way.
I asked you first. Don't make this.
I said, have you seen a hilly
बच्चे
churl?
पहले प्यार से बात नहीं कर रहा।
Hey, whoa.
काम खुद का।
Look, sir, there's no need to get so worked up. There are hilly
बोल
churls
दिया ना
everywhere.
उसने
What's the
फायदे
big
के।
deal? We see plenty of them out here.
Exactly. Matter of fact, we just took out a few of them back there. Those dumb boneheads.
You forest ranger scum! You spawn of the seven are all the same. Have your head.
You're raving mad. You've got some gall coming here to our nation.
Curse you all, forest rangers.
वो कहते हैं ना, क्या बोलते हैं कि हर एक विलन पैदा नहीं होता। अब ये विलन बन जाए, मतलब इसके बेटे को मार दे ये फॉरेस्ट रेंजर वाले, और फिर ये विलन बन जाए, माई चोद देगा यार।
I don't get it. Why make such a huge fuss over a few hilly...
He'd only just regained his mind. So tell me, forest rangers, did you really spare none of them? Did you?
Jeez, you're really not gonna let this go. Fine, you weirdo. If you must know, I happened to cross paths with a solitary hilly churl. I was frightened at first, but it didn't seem to have any interest in me at all. It was just bumbling along in that direction, so I left it alone.
Yes. Wonderful.
Wait, you're leaving? Not even a thanks for the info, goodbye?
हिलीचर हिलीचर का
अभी तक इतनी हेल्प करने का कितना बोले
हो रहा ये कूद जाए तो यहाँ से। अरे मैं ये दबा रहा था, वो दवाई नहीं, स्टोरी आ गई।
Cory Bear! Cory Bear, stop! It's me! It's Papa!
पापा
Whatever you saw, it was... I told you. We're in a...
ये वो नहीं है, वही है, वही है, वही।
Cory Bear?
स्टोरी नहीं आती ना, वो नहीं होता।
How could this happen? Come, Cory Bear. We have to go home.
नहीं ऐसा होता ना कि ये पास चला जाता है एक रियल हिलीचर के पास और गले लगाता और हिलीचर चाकू मार देता उसके पेट में, ले खत्म कहानी इसकी बहन की। हाँ अरे 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 ये डार्क साइड ओपन होगी उसकी, उसने जब से उसकी शक्ल देखी।
Papa, I can't take it.
Please, Cory Bear. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. If only I'd known.
It's all too much.
डार्कनेस में फंस गया वो। ओ तेरी बहन की, मास्क हटाया और इतना पावरफुल बन गया भाई। फिर तो सारे हिलीचर खराब हो जाएंगे अगर सबने मास्क हटा दे तो।
अंदर से चाइल्ड निकलेगा अभी।
हैं?
चाइल्ड का बता ना। स्टार्टिंग में आता है बच्चे नहीं होता है लियो में, फिर बाद में उसे से फाइट करनी पड़ती है अपन को।
ये क्या हुआ?
Aha! Traveler! You're awake! Wait, no. Why am I still calling you Traveler? Oh, I have known your true identity for some time now.
Yeah? True identity? Beginning, I just have to be
suspected
assured.
it was you. Oh, of course you haven't. With your status, you can hardly. In any case, I've been using a fake name this entire time. Ida is my real name is Clotar. Clotar Alberich.
वाह, इसका बाप, उसका किया का बाप, किया का बाप है, किया का बाप है। अरे किया का बाप पायरेट, मतलब स्टेप सन था किया का बाप, तो मतलब सेकंड फादर जो था वो उसको छोड़ के चला गया था। फिर अब ये पता नहीं कौन सा वाला, बुरा वाला है या अच्छा वाला, मतलब रियल बाप है ऐसे।
You saw too, didn't you? Unmistakable, the
वो दोनों बात कर रहे थे ना, सुना था।
Cory Bear and the power of the one you call a sinner. It was one and the same. I am positive now. At last, I have seen it with my own eyes. That is no business of yours. A sinner. Yes. Salvation. Cory Bear did not deserve his fate, but now it's wonderful. He will be able to weave his own destiny. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the loom of fate.
हैं?
Sinister. Oh,
Dangerous.
I never imagined that you, of all people, would deny the abyss. We once believed that you would bring new strength and hope to Conria. To us, you were the abyss. A wondrous mystery far beyond our imagination and
तुझे पता है ना ये ट्रेवलर वो स्टार नहीं है?
स्टार नहीं मतलब?
ये दोनों भाई बहन स्टार ही तो रहते हैं ना, ये ट्रैवल करते रहते हैं यहाँ। तो ट्रेवलर क्यों रहता है इनके नाम?
दूसरे दुनिया में होते हैं, इसमें अलग वर्ल्ड में आ जाते हैं। इनका बाकी है कि क्या है ये दोनों को सही।
तेने फिर सुमेरु की स्टोरी करी ना, तने उसमें ढंग से सुना नहीं।
क्या?
सुमेरु की जो गॉड है, क्या नाम है उसका? नीदा ने अपने यो जेनोसिस का उसको दे दिया था डॉक्टर को, ये तो पता होगा। तो उसने उसके पास दो थे, एक तो इलेक्ट्रिक आर्कोन का था जिनोसिस, ठीक है, नोसिस नोसिस है ना, और एक उसका खुद का था। तो एक को वो देती है एक मतलब जो डॉक्टर है ना, डॉक्टर के मल्टीपल वो होते हैं, मतलब मल्टीपल वो मल्टीपल प्लेयर होते हैं डॉक्टर के, ठीक है। तो डॉक्टर क्या करता है, एक्सपेरिमेंट करता है एक, बहुत 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 कई सालों पहले। तो वो जो एक्सपेरिमेंट करता है ना, उसका अंत क्या होगा वहां तक देखने के लिए वो जिंदा रहता है। तो कैसे जिंदा रह पाया वो इतने सालों तक, 500 सालों से जिंदा वो डॉक्टर, जो जो उसमें आया था, जिसने फाइट नहीं करी नीदा से, लेकिन बस बात करके चला गया वो।
ड्रीम्स वाला
ड्रीम्स वाला, हाँ, वो डॉक्टर। तो वो यूं कहता है कि एक्चुअली में मेरे मल्टीपल रूप है। तो मैंने एक ग्रुप के अंदर, जब मैंने ये एक मेरा एक्सपेरिमेंट था जो कि फेल हो चुका है, मतलब मैंने ऐसा सोचा नहीं था कि ये एक्सपेरिमेंट फेल्ड होगा। तो नीदा यूं कहती है कि तुमने इसे फेल क्यों होने दिया जबकि तुम्हें पता था। तो वो यूं कहता है डॉक्टर कि मैं उसका अंत भी देखना चाहता हूँ, जैसे मैंने शुरुआत की, मैं उसको ऐसे बीच में कुछ चेंजेस नहीं करता। मैंने ही कुछ, मेरे एक रूप ने उसकी शुरुआत की थी, मैं देखना चाह रहा था कि इसका रिजल्ट क्या होगा, एज ए रिजल्ट मैं देख रहा हूँ, ना कि वो। तो तो नींद है ना, इलेक्ट्रो वाला नोसिस देखे जो कहती है कि मैं तुम्हें ये तभी दूंगी जब तुम्हारे जितने भी मल्टीपल रूप है वो सारे के सारे डिस्ट्रॉय कर दोगे, क्योंकि अलग अलग टाइमलाइन में है वो, समझ गए, अलग अलग टाइमलाइन में। और वो मरता नहीं है, जैसे कि मान ले एक एक यूं बोल ये मिशन करते रहते हैं ना, तभी ये वो क्या कहते हैं, देनिया देनिया करके वो लड़की है ना, एक रेड एंड ब्लैक कलर की, वो इसको देखती है डॉक्टर को कहीं जाते हुए, सुमेरु सिटी को लीव करते हुए। और जबकि नीदा से फाइट वाइट होने के बाद, वंडरर और नीदा की फाइट होती है, तो डॉक्टर वहां जाता है, तो यूं कहता है कि तुम तो चले गए थे ना सुमेरु से, कि हाँ मेरा एक रूप यहाँ से गया था, लेकिन यूं कहता है कि मैं वहां भी हूँ और मैं यहाँ भी हूँ सुमेरु में। मैं सुमेरु से छोड़ के जा भी चला भी गया हूँ और मैं सुमेरु के अंदर भी हूँ। तब वो यूं कहती है कि अच्छा मतलब तुम्हारे मल्टीपल रूप है। तो वो कहता है कि हाँ तुमने सही गेस किया। तो वो इलेक्ट्रोनोसिस के बदले में यूं कहती है कि तुम्हारे मल्टीपल सारे रूप को तुम्हें डिस्ट्रॉय करना होगा। तो सारे रूप को डिस्ट्रॉय कर देता है, ठीक है, इसलिए एक नोसिस दे देती है। और दूसरा नोसिस वो मांगता है, लेकिन वो कहता है कि इसके बदले में तुम कुछ भी मांग सकती हो। तो वो जो सेकंड नोसिस मांगती है ना, तो उसके अंदर वो इंफॉर्मेशन मांगती है इसकी, क्या नाम है, ट्रेवलर की, कि ट्रेवलर क्या है। तो ये मैंने बहुत ध्यान से सुना। तो वो यूं कहता है, मतलब 500 साल पहले जब हुआ था, तब ये दोनों जब स्टार आए थे ना, तो उसने मतलब एक तरीके से वो नॉलेज मांगती है, नॉलेज, वो कहते हैं ना वो नॉलेज कैप्सूल, तू भी जानता है। तो वो नॉलेज कैप्सूल मांगती है उस टाइम का। तो जो भी है, अब इतना पता लगा था मेरे को कि जब नीदा इससे बात कर रही होती है ना, तब वो नीदा यूं कहती है कि जितने भी स्टार यहाँ पे आते हैं ना, तो उनकी एक रजिस्ट्री होती है एक तरीके से। मैं तो सिंपल लैंग्वेज में समझा रहा हूँ। तो उसके अंदर ट्रेवलर का तो रिकॉर्ड है, लेकिन इसकी सिस्टर का रिकॉर्ड नहीं है कि इसकी एज ए, जो तू कह रहा था ना प्रिंसेस, 4 प्रिंसेस है, प्रिंसिपल्स है, उनमें से, हाँ, तो वो एक ट्रेवलर है प्रिंसिपल्स, वो या तो जो भी इन्हें बोलते हैं, ये चौथे नंबर का पिलर है कुल मिला के ये है। लेकिन इसकी सिस्टर पिलर नहीं है, और न ही इसका सिस्टर का रिकॉर्ड है कि इसकी सिस्टर भी आई थी क्या। तो वो यूं कहता है, अब समझा बात को कुछ। ये चौथा पिलर है और 3 पिलर और बाकी है अभी, और तीनों पिलर के अंदर में इसकी सिस्टर नहीं आती है। फिर ये ट्रेवलर पिलर हुआ, समझ में आया, इसकी सिस्टर नहीं आई, और इसकी सिस्टर का रिकॉर्ड भी नहीं है इस दुनिया में। मतलब वो दिखी जरूर है, वो सुनती जरूर है, वो सब कुछ काम हुआ होगा, लेकिन इसकी सिस्टर का रिकॉर्ड नहीं हुआ। मतलब उसने भी तो, वो एक फर्स्ट टाइम जब इस ट्रेवलर को देखा था, तब क्या बोली थी, वो मतलब मनी मन में क्या सोचती है कि मैंने मतलब वर्ल्ड को मैंने भी एक्सप्लोर किया, मैंने जो एक्सप्लोर किया वो एक्सप्लोर अब तुम करोगे। मनी मन में कहते हैं ना, जो ऊपर से देखती है, ऊपर से देखती है जब ये फाइट वाइट कर रहा होता है, तो ये बात वो मन में बोलती है, तो मैंने जो एक्सप्लोर किया वो तुम अब एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हो। ये उसका जब वो फूलों का टच करता है तो इमेजिनेशन वो चल जाता है, क्या कहते हैं, उसने क्या क्या फील किया वो देख लेता, ये देख लेता है ट्रेवलर। तो
उसकी बहन ने जो एक्सप्लोर किया वो ये एक्सप्लोर कर रहा है।
हाँ, तो एक्सप्लोर तो कर रहा है, लेकिन एक्सप्लोर कर रहा है, लेकिन उसकी सिस्टर ने ये कब एक्सप्लोर कर लिया। अगर एक्सप्लोर किया है तो 500 ईयर से जो लोग जिंदा है उन्हों के नाम के अंदर इसकी सिस्टर का नाम तक नहीं है। एक्सप्लोर कर लिया और उसकी, और कोई भी जानता ही नहीं उसके बारे में कि कौन है क्या है, इस नाम की लड़की भी है, ठीक है। अब इतना सब कुछ होने के बावजूद भी कोई नहीं है ना। एक गेम में ना कि असिशन क्रीड खेला था, उसके अंदर है ना जो अपना हीरो रहता है ना, हीरो मतलब जो भी मेन लीडर हीरो
वो
है।
तो अलग स्टोरी थी ना,
मैं
सिर्फ एंसेस्टर की वो मेमोरी से
हाँ नहीं
साइकिल
नहीं
कर
एक
लेता
चीज,
है ना वो,
हाँ मैं तेरे को बस
स्किल
इतना
लेता है।
बता रहा हूँ कि उसके अंदर है ना एक सिस्टर रहती है उसकी, जो शुरुआत के
हम्म,
अंदर ही बचपन में भी दिखाते हैं कि वो भाई बहन है। और बचपन में भी नहीं, सॉरी, थोड़ा जवान होने के बाद। और वो जब भी सोता है ना, एक जीनी उसका पीछा करता है, जीनी करके। तो जीनी जीनी उसका पीछा करता रहता है सपनों के अंदर जब भी वो सोता है, और वो भागता रहता है उधर उधर, उससे बचता रहता है। तो फिर वो जैसे जैसे लोगों को मारता है, ऑर्डर को ख़त्म करता है, विलन को ख़त्म करता है, वो जीनी पीछा नहीं छोड़ता। और इसकी सिस्टर यूँ कहती है कि तुम्हें लोगों की नहीं सुननी चाहिए, तुम्हारा अपने मन की सुननी चाहिए। फिर वो उसकी सिस्टर का साथ देने लग जाता है कि हाँ मेरी सिस्टर सही कह रही है, बाकी दुनिया सब गलत है। तो वो पीछा करता 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 एक वहाँ मतलब वो ऐसे नहीं आती है हर किसी के सामने, वो ये दोनों अकेले बैठे होते हैं या ऐसे कहीं कुछ कर रहे होते हैं तभी साथ आती है वो। तो उसका पीछा करता 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 ऑर्डर मतलब फाइनल जगह पे जाता है ना, तब असल में पता चलता है कि उसकी सिस्टर का शक्ल जरूर अलग थी, लेकिन वो उसी का शरीर, उसी का ही रूप था, और एक इमेजिनेशन थी उसकी। समझ में आया?
हम्म,
वो गेम के अंदर बिल्कुल लास्ट एंड के अंदर वो दिखाया जाता है कि वो बात करना, वो किसी से मिलना, वो सब कुछ सोचना, वो सोचना भी अलग सवाल, ऐसा नहीं है खुद के ही माइंड से कोई दूसरा। तो ये जो भी हो रहा है ना कहीं ऐसा लगता है कि ना इसकी सिस्टर का कहीं रिकॉर्ड है, जैसे कि नीदा ने बोला कि, और वो 4 पिलर में से एक प्रिंसिपल ये है और बाकी 3 अलग है, और उसमें तीनों में इसकी सिस्टर का नाम नहीं है, जबकि उसकी सगी सिस्टर है वो, कोई स्टेपसन नहीं है। और दोनों साथ में आए थे 500 साल पहले, ऐसा नहीं है। और ये भी बताया गया था कि 500 साल पहले से 500 साल पहले, समझ, एक एक बार पहले ये राउंड लगा के जा चुके हैं। और ये बताया था डेनियल्स ने, जब ये फर्स्ट टाइम कार्नियर का जब वो हुआ था ना, कार्नियर का जब नाम सामने आया था, कार्नियर का जब नाम सामने आया था, तब वो बता रहा था कि 500 साल पहले एक बार तुम राउंड लगा के मतलब तुम्हें चक्कर लगा गए थे, फिर उसके 500 साल बाद ये हादसा हुआ, लड़ाइयाँ हुई, और ये 500 साल से कैद हुए। तो जब फर्स्ट टाइम जब ये चक्कर लगा के गए होंगे, मतलब ये स्टार है जो ग्रहों पे चक्कर लगाते होंगे, ये पता नहीं मेरे को क्या है, इनका ट्रेवलर क्यों बोला जाता है, इसलिए बोला जाता होगा। तो जब लगा के गए होंगे ना, जब सब सही था, सेकंड टाइम के अंदर जब जंग छिड़ी होगी ना, इसकी बहन को कैद कर लिया, लेकिन उसका कोई रिकॉर्ड ही नहीं है एक्चुअली में। दिक्कत ये है, बस ये बोले जा
हाँ
रहे
तो
हैं,
अभी
बात
अभी
करे जा
अभी
रहे हैं।
स्टोरी रिवील नहीं हुई ना, जो ये जो सोचता था इसकी बहन है, अगर
हम्म।
वो नहीं भी है तो क्यों नहीं है, कैसे नहीं है, वो बताया नहीं है। और वो सच में है तो ये कैसे उसकी आइडेंटिटी गायब हुई, वो ये भी
और
बाकी है ना अभी चलना
सिस्टर तो
स्टोरी।
देख बिल्कुल ट्विन ट्विन की तरह सिस्टर लगती है, जैसे इसकी जुड़वा बहन हो।
हाँ हाँ,
मुझे
ट्विन
कहीं से
सिस्टर
कहीं तक लगता है कि ये इसी का ही रूप
कि
होगा जो इसको पीछे करने पे मजबूर कर रहा होगा कि मेरे पीछे चलो, मुझे फॉलो करो, ताकि ये सही रास्ते पे पहुंच जाए कहीं ना कहीं, इसकी बहन को ढूंढता 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 ढूंढता।
अरे एक मिशन ये भी होता है ना, एक मिशन में होता है कि इसकी बहन आती है किसी उसके साथ, एक एनिमी के साथ आती है, फिर बोलती है इससे कि तुम कुछ बोलती है इससे, फिर वापस चली
एबिस
जाती है।
एबिस एबिस ऑर्डर के साथ, एबिस ऑर्डर में हराल्ड के साथ आती है वो, ठीक है। अब
हम्म,
और है ना, एबिस ऑर्डर के साथ हेराल्ड के साथ आती है ना। तो हेराल्ड जो है, अभी इस आदमी ने क्या बोला, यही तो बोल रहा है, टू अस यू वेयर द अबीज।
हम्म,
यही तो कह रहा है वो कि तुम अबीज के अंदर हो ऑलरेडी। मतलब वो यूं सोचता है कि ये अबीज है, या फिर अबीज का खोजी जो भी है,
हाँ,
क्योंकि एबिस की
नहीं
खोज भी
वो
500 साल पहले हुई है, उससे पहले नहीं हुई।
हम्म, हम्म,
तो देख लेना आगे जाके फ्यूचर में स्टोरी जो भी बनेगी। लेकिन इसकी
हम्म,
बहन का एक बार एक काम कर लेना बस, कि निहिदा की और इसकी जो कन्वर्सेशन हुई थी वंडरर की फाइट के बाद, जब ये सो गए थे, तब वो क्या क्या हुआ था, तो वो सब कुछ बता देगी।
हाँ तो देखते हैं,
And the
पूरे
one
बता
who
देना काफी।
controls the abyss can
बस
control
वही है, अभी स्टोरी
everything.
इनकम्प्लीट है ना, कंप्लीट होगी तो एकदम पूरा फिर वो क्रिएट हो,
We
एक वो
yearned
स्टोरी क्रिएट
for
होगी
that
अपने माइंड में,
future.
क्या हुआ कैसे हुआ।
But what did you? Oh, princess of Conria.
और प्रिंसेस ऑफ
तो बोल दिया उसने।
What did he just call
कॉल
me?
मी। यार रिवील रिवील रिवील।
फिर
Traveler! Hey, traveler! Traveler!
ये किया होगा या फिर वो होगा वो क्या नाम है उसका, डेनियल्स, दोनों में से एक ही है जो इसको पीछे ढूंढ रहे हैं इसको, वही जानते हैं कहाँ है ये
Oh,
डेनियल्स।
thank goodness you're awake. Paimon was worried sick.
भाई कुछ कुछ तो स्टोरी मैच हो
What
रही है।
happened while you were unconscious? I checked the ley lines nearby.
वो वहीं
It
गिर के
appears
सपना ही
that
देख
the
रहा था
abyss
ये,
tampered with them.
हाँ
They've been in
फिर गायब हुआ
turmoil
ना
ever
पहाड़ी
since.
पे ही।
Information and memories flow within the ley lines. What did you witness? You mean Clotar Alberich? After founding the Abyss Order, his faith in the Abyss led him to do a great many things. But the curse of immortality continued to torment his body and mind. And in the end, neither his faith nor the Abyss he worshipped could save him. After 100 years, he lost his mind completely and was never seen again. Yet his dark
अच्छा
legacy lived
समझ
on.
रहा है क्या? वो
The
पास्ट में
defiled
जाके क्रिएट ने
statue that we
इसने
encountered
पास्ट में जाके
previously was
सब
just
कुछ
one
पूरी स्टोरी की
perverse
उसके साथ।
product of his use
अच्छा
of
समझ
abyssal
गया।
और
power
वो
during his life.
हाँ, और पास्ट में ये गया ही नहीं था, इसकी बहन ही थी।
समझ गया मैं, जो पास्ट में
गजब
इसकी
स्टोरी।
सिस्टर ने किया होगा इसको, वैसे भी ये जिस भी चीज को छूता है ना, जिसके इसकी बहन ने छुआ है, तो ये क्या है उसका टाइम देख लेता है, मतलब टाइम क्या वो देख लेता है कि उसने क्या क्या किया है। पहले भी तो आई थी ये चीज, ये दोनों मिलके।
You could say that. She wouldn't be the Abyss Order's princess otherwise.
Are you alright? You have a troubled look on your face.
इसको स्टोरी बताई।
अब ऐसे बनी वो सिस्टर,
You saw
इसकी
her
सिस्टर
mother's face.
अबिस की प्रिंसेस कैसे बनी वो यहाँ पे पता चला।
It all but defies
वो
belief.
हरल्ड फर्स्ट टाइम मिलता है जब, यूं ही तो कह रहा था कि प्रिंसेस प्रिंसेस, तो फिर ये यूं सोचता है कि ये एबिस की मतलब प्रिंसेस है, ये है, ये दोनों ही मिलके यूं सोचते हैं। तो यहाँ पे वो स्टोरी पता चली कि अबिस का फाउंडर तो वो था जो वो अभी वो था, लेकिन उसने इसको प्रिंसेस बोला ना अभी लड़की को, तो ये प्रिंसेस बन गई उसके बाद में, वो जब डिसअपीयर हुआ ऑटोमेटिक।
Still, as I'd suspected, the notion of the loom of fate did indeed rear its head during that time, and it seems closely connected to Clotar Alberich's son, Caribert, and what happened to him. And yet your sister never breathed a word of this incident to me. I wonder, was that the moment that she decided to go down this path? Indeed. Clearly, this series of events sparked a long period of deep contemplation. What is it?
The field?
You mean here? Well,
You scared the Duke out of Paimon! did you rebury them yet?
a male and female skeleton buried together.
अबे फीमेल कौन है? मेल तो समझ में आया, वो बुड्ढा था। बेंचर इसकी सिस्टर का तो मार के दफना नहीं दिया जो अभी तक ढूंढ रहा है।
Interestingly,
ना ना वो उसका
the
तो
male
काफी लंबा
skeleton
चढ़ा
appears
रखा।
to have been interred much later, and it's holding a silk scarf in its hand. But what does this
अच्छा उसके
mean?
बेटे की सेटिंग होगी कोई।
And how did you know that there were bodies buried here? What? Unless Clotar Alberich finally found a way to rid himself of the curse.
ऐसा हो सकता है कि वो जो उसको बुला रहा था लड़के को, वो लड़की भी तो हो सकती है, वो तो नाम से बुला रहा था। और वो जो बाप है उसकी तो बॉडी है ही सही, और उसकी बेटे की है।
This all raises far too many questions. I need time. We should part ways.
Huh? You're just gonna leave?
It's better that we split up for now. I think that he might have seen you.
ये कौन?
Who's he?
पूछ ले पाए मन में।
Yes. I have my suspicions as to his identity, but I need to confirm some other details before I can be sure. If the time is right, I will tell you when we next meet.
Who's he? अभी तक नहीं पता
But
चला.
he saw the traveler. How is that possible?
I fear that while these things would limit
अरे वो है
anyone
ना अभी
else,
इसका घोड़ जो बताया
they
था
are no
सिनर
obstacle
लेडी.
to him.
अब अच्छा
What is he?
All
सिनर.
right, let's
हाँ
move.
वही.
Get some rest.
There goes Dane. And just like that, it's back to being the two of us again, huh?
नहीं दूसरा ऑप्शन नहीं है क्या?
Huh?
गला घोड़ दे ऐसा कहते हैं.
भाई पायमन के लिए पट रहा था कितना डर की बच्चे को.
हाँ यार गेम को कैसा बनाया अब्यूजिंग.
ये सही है यार तू स्टोरी कर रहा है ना सारी एक साथ तो तेरे को वो पूरी स्टोरी पता कर ली है.
स्टोरी के पीछे
पहले तो क्या
चल
जैसे
रहा.
सुमर मैं खेलने लगा था सुमर खुला ही था तो वो क्या फिर पहले मोस्टर्ड किया फिर उसके वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट किया फिर इंजुमा किया उसके वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट किया तो स्टोरी बीच बीच में फिर खत्म हो गई.
वाह.
Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here? Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her. So much time has already passed since then. Paimon just hopes this peace will last.
अब तो फोकट की बात हो रही है बस.
And then Nahita won't
इसकी
have
अलग
any
नहीं हो
more
रही.
new problems. Yeah, guess you come to think of it. Maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble. Anyway, for Nahita's sake.
Look who it is. Running into you in a place like
Yeah,
this. I
yeah.
can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, but never mind.
I just finished. That's when I saw you two all the way over there. Huh? You can't say I was bumping into you like, hey.
Thanks, but
Sounds so. When are you leaving?
oh, wait a sec.
ये वाला मजा नहीं आता
I see.
जब तक जेनेसिस मतलब ऐसी स्टोरी नहीं आती ना.
हाँ मेन
Then
स्टोरी से हट के हो
guess
तो
this
फिर
is
कोई
goodbye
बात
for
नहीं.
now,
हाँ.
Traveler and Paimon.
साइड वो होता है ना साइड
Bye-bye,
टास्क.
हाँ साइड क्वेस्ट साइड स्टोरी मतलब मेन स्टोरी से रिलेटेड कुछ भी होता है ना अलावा तो मजा नहीं आता किसी और में. कुछ स्टोरी आई शायद. बारिश हो रही है यहाँ. कहाँ पहुंचा दिया इसने डायरेक्ट. ये टीपी तो मैंने खोला भी नहीं होगा.
वहां तक जाना है तेरे को. ये जो फाउंटेन खुलता है ना उसका शायद पहला क्वेस्ट है ये. अब यहाँ से नीचे जाना होता है नीचे से नाव लेके उस पे जाना होता है.
अच्छा 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 वैसे हमारे पास फुरीना है. अबे पता है तुझे मैंने यूट्यूब पे देखा जिसने ना वो मतलब नया लेके फुरीना खोल के इनोजुमा नहीं खोला ना वो बंदे ने डायरेक्ट फुरीना लेके इनोजुमा पहुंच गया और है ना व्यू पॉइंट भी अनलॉक कर लिया बहन चो फुरीना से. अपन भी कर लेते अगर उससे चलते तो. और वो कह रहा था कि नहीं होगा नहीं होगा नहीं होगा लेकिन हो जाएगा उससे. एक ने किया ना उसका इनोजुमा एक भी अनलॉक नहीं था.
अरे वहाँ पर बिजली कड़कती है तो वो मार देती है बिजली और वापस टेलीपोर्ट कर देती है अपन को जहाँ से अपन ने स्टार्ट किया होता है.
अरे
तो
अपन को टीपी पॉइंट के यहाँ पे बिजली नहीं कड़कती कभी भी.
नहीं तो टीवी पॉइंट से पहले ही कड़कने लग जाते ना वहाँ पर इंजुमा के लाते ही थोड़ा सा पहले.
अरे तो फुरीना तो हील अप भी कर देती है भाई. इतनी थोड़ी ना मार थोड़ी ना देती है.
हाँ ये तो है ये फुरीना हील अप कर देती है. मैं भी कर लिया होगा लौंडा ने. क्या अरे के बच्चे स्किल तो दबा स्किल. अरे तोड़ के जाए.
अरे लग गई रे.
मेरे पास फुरीना है.
मेरे पास फुरीना है. फुरीना की मरी. और तेरी बहन की
अरे यार
अरे कम से कम शिप से तो देता।
वो है ना क्या बोलते हैं, हाँ ये लास्ट पानी है, इसके आगे फाउंटेन वाला पानी आता है तो वहाँ पर पानी में तैर सकते हैं, इसीलिए ये तो नॉर्मल पानी है।
नहीं ये तो मेरे को पता था।
I present.
मैं आई प्रेजेंट। मेरे पास पूरी ना
अरे यार स्किल नहीं दबाना, भूल गया मैं स्किल।
दबा दबा जल्दी दबा, स्किल दबा।
नहीं 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 नहीं, अभी तो चलेगी वो। मतलब ये आने के भी 5 सेकंड 10 सेकंड बाद चलती है।
हाँ तो ये 7 सेकंड का बताया ना तूने, तो वो 15 सेकंड की है, 20 सेकंड की है। नहीं वो 25 सेकंड की, सॉरी हाँ कूल डाउन का 20 सेकंड है ना, और इसके लिए इसकी 25 सेकंड की है। सही है अच्छी बढ़िया।
देखते हैं स्टोरी।
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it. Oh, this must be fun.
पहले जंगल आया, पहले पहले घास फूस, फिर बर्फ, फिर जंगल, फिर रेगिस्तान, फिर पानी, अब बर्फ या फिर वो आएगा लावा, है ना?
तो बता रहा था ना स्टार्टिंग, बता रहा था कि जो आइस वाला है किराए वाला वो तो बहुत बड़ा एरिया है, मे बी वो लेट आएगा तो लास्ट में आएगा, क्योंकि आइस वाले की जो वो है ना गॉड हेवनली प्रिंसेस, वो बहुत पावरफुल भी और गॉड है, तो मे बी उसका आर्क लास्ट में देंगे।
हाँ हो सकता है सारे आर्कन खोल दे ताकि फिर उसके बाद कोई भी आर्कन खोलने लायक नहीं रहे, फिर उसके वरना फिर बॉस फाइट होगी और बॉस को हरा दिया तो फिर उसके बाद बचेगा क्या? फिर जबरदस्ती क्यों वो लोग पुल करेंगे, है क्या नहीं? मतलब विलन का जो बॉस को हरा दिया।
It's a tragedy how
कब से
things
जैसे
ended for him.
6 महीने साल भर
Clearly,
में
he
तो
was a pretty
आएगा
decent
नया।
person.
Yeah,
Sure,
I
no,
didn't
yeah,
expect
yeah.
that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his fame. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened.
मैं पूरे ना मतलब 6-7 घंटे की स्ट्रीम कर रहा था, लेकिन रात को लाइटिंग की छट लगी
I
सर।
couldn't help but
तो
notice
ये
you
खड़ी अपनी
standing
वो
here listening.
खड़ी दिखी?
हाँ तो ये क्या कैरेक्टर है लेट वाटर का, ये मिलने में काफी सारे कैरेक्टर पूरी ना की पे आएगी स्टोरी।
अच्छा
Play?
Really?
Well, good tells are often whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You.
But
And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine
क्या
and
बात
the
कर
Chief
रहा है
Justice,
सेशन की रीड?
false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
अरे देखा नहीं पहले मैंने।
क्या चीज असैसिन क्रीड?
अरे वो पहले कर रहा था जब बहुत पहले।
you're a trees? Is it some kind of machine too?
असैसिन क्रीड का तो अलग सीन है, इसका
Paimon's
तो
curious.
मैंने सुना है
We
इसकी
should check
स्टोरी।
it out if we get the wait.
भाई
Paimon almost forgot
कहन है
to
भाई।
ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her.
Huh. I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and
Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with a nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to...
that's right.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little...
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of law.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can
Yeah,
find the
right,
Hydro
right.
Archon. But who knows? Maybe
कन्वर्सेशन इतनी सी छोटी होनी चाहिए बस।
what are you looking over there for?
देयर गर्ल अदर
Maybe
साइड.
something's the
चलो
matter.
डेटिंग वेटिंग की
She
पूछ
isn't
लेते हैं.
going to jump into the water, is she?
हम्म,
Maybe we better go check on her.
शी वांट टू सुसाइड. इस गेम में कभी किसी ने सुसाइड करने की कोशिश करी है? मतलब ऐसे स्टोरी क्वेस्ट वगैरह कुछ भी? नहीं.
Hello there.
Huh? Ah, I'm fine.
Oh, okay then.
About many things, actually. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids.
You're
देख
playing
पता था कि सुमेरु के अंदर क्या हो रहा है ना,
Are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
लेकिन इसके अंदर क्या हो रहा है?
पता कि इसके अंदर फुरीना है, उसके आसपास घूमेगी पूरी स्टोरी. बता दूंगा तो मजा नहीं आएगा, तो तू देख
No
कर.
ठीक
people
है,
call
ठीक है,
the
ठीक.
waters around Fontaine a sea. It's
सी
actually just an
यस
inland
एक्चुअली.
lake that's filled. And no, I can still see that hill
स्टार्टिंग में
clearly
भी
in my
थोड़ा बहुत
memories.
ये जो लिनेट
We
वगैरह है
would
ना,
skip and jump,
हाँ
उसमें से
tossing
दो
sand in the wind.
बहनें हैं जादू
The
करने
sun
वाली,
shone brightly,
उनकी थोड़ी
but
स्टोरी करनी
now
पड़ेगी शायद
the
स्टार्टिंग में.
water is. I will-
Ah, I don't believe we've had the pleasure of
ठीक
meeting.
है.
अच्छी फुरीना
Are
की स्टोरी
you
तो आपको
Lynette's new friends?
ओह
You are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for it. Oh, allow me to
ये अच्छा
introduce
फ्रेंड बनेगा.
myself. I'm Linny, and this
हाँ,
is my
लिनी है ना,
sister
ये दोनों भाई
Lynette.
बहन है ना,
If
इनकी
I
स्टोरी
had to
चलेगी थोड़ी.
guess, I'd say you must be
नहीं जैसे
travelers from
तनारी
abroad.
बनाता वैसा बनता ना कोई ना कोई.
Paimon is Paimon.
हाँ,
and
हाँ,
this
ये
is the
अच्छा फ्रेंड
travel.
है.
We were just talking with your sister.
लग गया ना, पता चल गया स्टार्टिंग.
Even though we didn't really
पता
get what
पहले
she
बंदे
was
से मिलते हैं, कहीं
saying.
पे भी जाते हैं, पूरा गाइड
I
करता है.
see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact,
Oh, really? Then you
अच्छा
two are
फ्रेंड की
just
तरह
like
साला
us.
बनाने का सीन
Paimon's
लगा था.
always the one talking for some reason.
लिनेट का हाथ मांग ले.
नहीं भाई, फुरीना का मांगते तो.
So that's how you think it
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
seems you were right, Paimon.
ब्रदर है तो कहीं से भी ब्रदर लग रहा है क्या?
What did
देख.
Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories? And that it
Oh,
हाँ अगर ये भी चेहरे पे
it's
स्टार
the
लगा ले तो
prophecy that's been
लगेगा
circulating in Fontaine for some
जैसे
time
इसका
now.
लग रहा.
Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty.
Okay, fine.
There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now. Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other.
did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
ट्रैवलर कुछ बोले ही नहीं, इग्नोर मार दे.
हाँ यार मैं भी वही सोच रहा हूँ डॉट डॉट करके ऑप्शन क्यों नहीं आता यहाँ पे.
हाँ,
डॉट.
And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
पोकेमोन.
Please don't take offense.
इसको
Just
पोकेमोन ही
consider it
रखना
as
चाहिए
normal
था यार.
etiquette we have here
बटन
on
दबाओ
Earth
तब
when making
निकलेगी.
new
अरे
friends.
स्टार्टिंग
You
में
should
दिल्ली के बाहर
remember
में रहते
it.
ना ये.
It might
पहले पढ़ ले
prove
क्या बोल
useful.
रहे बातचीत कर रहे थे.
Oh, all right then. By the way, we were just getting ready to go.
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning. Please follow me.
बोल.
हाँ, स्टार्टिंग में जब वो उसके बाहर में रहते ना, दिल्ली के बाहर में, मोस्टेड में बाहर है ना,
हाँ हाँ याद है.
तो एक मीटिंग होती है, उससे पूछते हैं कि ये हवा में उठ रही है क्या है, तो ट्रैवलर बोलता है इमरजेंसी फूड.
हाँ बोलता है ना ये
You said you were going to see Lady
इसमें. फिर
Farina?
ये कहती है कि
Well, it
पाइमोन
seems
इज नॉट
Lady
ए
Farina
इमरजेंसी
is
फ्रूड
coming to
वगैरह.
see you.
है.
मिल जा रही है.
ओए ओए होए.
ये बनती है.
बटन टूट जाएंगे इसके। अरे वाह यार, भरी हुई है तो। ये देख के लोग चुप गया।
She's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration.
तब
If
कुछ
you
नहीं
don't
होती
have
सेलिब्रेट
one,
करें।
then just raise your hand in lieu.
वाह,
As you can
ये
all
कैरेक्टर दिख रहा
see,
सेम ऐसा
two
मिल जाएगा तेरे को 2-3
unfamiliar
दिन
travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and his companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
ये मुझे ब्रिटिश वाली फीलिंग आ रही है ना। पीछे रिंग भी ऐसी चल रही, टिंग 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 टिंग।
I've long
और
heard the turmoil and chaos
as a
you
dress
left
up
in your
like
wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome
उसकी
you
बात
nevertheless.
बात सुनेगा तो क्या
No.
बोल रहा था।
I have come to receive you personally.
हाँ, सुन रहा ना,
Is for
मजा आ रहा है सुनने में।
significant cowards.
नहीं
I
ट्रैवलर
am a
बोल रहा था
god,
किसी के हाथ में ग्लास
and I
पड़ी
will
नहीं।
never entertain the
कहती है?
notion of such
Glass
meaningless
नहीं करो।
wariness. You can be rest
मैं
assured
इसकी सुन रहा हूँ
I
फरीना की।
see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the... Correct. I, Fosalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
Yeah.
पता तो नहीं
Still
चला।
can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few
मैंने
days.
पता easily।
The Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my ability. You had best stop
अगर
and
इसको बोलते
consider.
बता ही नहीं रहे मुंह तो
Do
हिलाए।
you really
वो
have
शुरुआत में
the
हिलता है बस।
qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate
ये
with
हिला,
God? All it
अब बंद हो
takes is
जाएगा।
a flick of my finger for me to know
ये हो गया।
everything about you.
रहते तो
Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh, what's with these looks? Perhaps the
ये
welcoming.
मस्त काम था।
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all
Drama.
those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see him. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Ooh,
Duel of
got
the
to see
century.
this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
ओ तेरी पेट भी लग रही है तो।
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy.
गेट लगा हो रहा।
Despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Bring it on।
Bring it on।
अरे क्या
खेलना
तू
तो खेल जाता हूँ थोड़ा।
ओह मोया मोया।
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the...
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire his bravery. Few have the courage. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Huh. Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall think...
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand...
अरे गेट मत खोलो, लगा दो उसे.
Pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you... Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's according to Fontaine law. No one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly gifted.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that?
Precisely! Now, if you two have...
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil. I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could I...
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how...
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Ta-da!
What? What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did Linny do that?
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along.
Huh? You call that magic? You...
Huh. I'm not sure what to think.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny.
Performance? You see all this as a
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against it, but when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now.
And just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina...
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in...
But Isn't the opera house where criminal trials are held?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can... And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate.
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the opera house anyway.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have... Oh, you really mean it? Then I'll take you up on... This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about... I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after... Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling...
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
Perhaps only absolute power could ever Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic...
What's this?
What?
No. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one as time wore on. So, if you ask me...
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die.
All right, I'll take it.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst, and thanks. Please, also thank the magician on...
I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, life is all about living in the moment.
You should still take it.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that
हेलो
if I start
चलो सो जाओ भाई रात हो गई मोए मोए नहीं भाई सुबह ही अभी हुई है हमारे लिए खेलेंगे अभी तो आधी रात आधी तो क्या मतलब पूरी रात तक ही
already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some, interesting opinions. Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to—
Is there anything else you need to do?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing—
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the—
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some
एक सेकंड और ah अरे ये मटेरियल
Seems we have to use hydro to collect for maritime flowers.
ये है ओके
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished
Of
collecting
course I
a few
am.
here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way.
वाह
I'm in power saving mode today.
पावर
Otherwise, I
सेविंग
fear
मोड
I may not have any
सारे
energy
काम
left for
मुझसे
the
कराओ भाई
performance
तुम
at the opera house.
है ना
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're
Am I a
finished
delivery
here,
guy?
we should get ready to head back to the Court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the Court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
So you are also thief.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run. All right, let's go.
तेरी वहाँ जाना है क्या
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her? Oh no! Did she notice us? She said, what should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lynn?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
Twisted ankle.
If you want to play at being a hero,
मुझे लगता
at
नहीं
least
है
try not to get hurt doing it.
कि ऐसा प्लेयर
You're right.
पाँव मुड़ने की वजह से
Sorry, Lynette.
उसे छोड़ दिया हुआ है.
I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't
Something
a complete
fishy
failure.
here.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lenny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the Court of Fontaine.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around.
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to
Aqua
travel
bus.
between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while.
सारी वाटर वाली चीजों को एक बार नाम क्यों दिया जाता है वैसा?
That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Eve? No. अच्छा Charlotte.
Oh, excuse me. Aren't you the great magician, Lenny?
Hello. I don't believe we've...
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our...
It's an honor to meet you.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet? Amazing! You recognized everybody almost immediately! I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who's who, would I? Wow, today must be my day! Who knew? So, Charlotte, what do you... Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover... You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well,
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
that's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for... So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years, and ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day,
None of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track—
Please don't imagine that, Linny.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
एंट्री होते हैं ऐसी। मेरी शादी की एंट्री भी ऐसे कराऊंगा।
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by.
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before—
Okay. Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Chad.
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see—
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing.
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know what.
ये मेरा घर देखते हैं कहाँ पे है।
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler.
Paimon is a Paimon.
You sound very proud to have a diver as a.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes. I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago?
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
Oh.
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted. And the boss there
अच्छा
tends to be pretty
ये मेरी
talkative.
तरह है
Fremine
इंट्रोवर्टेड
has always been a little afraid of her.
इंट्रोवर्ट
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're
ठीक है
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need. This will be a walk in the park for us.
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made?
Oh, no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making...
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell... No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both...
Whoa. So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey, is this machine what you use to make stuff here?
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it, but basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale harvests people's belief in
ये क्या
justice
है?
and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines? Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already...
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no?
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little...
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy.
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
Who's next? No time to lose. Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland?
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydropowers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorinde. Huh.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, seems we don't have much to do for now. We might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance. Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are... The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Public. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy. Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance? Linny said that the Opera House is on Araneas, so let's go ride the Aqua Bus! Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera at Eclairs. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here. Vache. What's wrong?
Same reaction. ये कौन है?
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon!
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you?
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders...
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm
Chalo.
look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Lenny might help him relax a little.
Oh, right. That makes...
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets.
So are VIP. We are VIP, huh? Yes.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Lenny.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny, could you come over here and take a look?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cowl, my...
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
हमसे भी पहले कौन ये है यहाँ पे? Oh, Neverland.
Hey, Traveler, strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. Oh, you little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Bhai, he's good.
So you heard all of that, did ya?
Did ya?
Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down.
Oh.
Wait, that's not it. Paimon's... Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So, let's talk, but, what should we, Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linney, then. Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in...
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Teyvat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself.
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see you.
Wait, Nervillet?
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite... I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seat.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait!
Oh.
Oh, they're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry. Paimon will try to...
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not so. I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the...
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an... A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
अब ये थोड़ा छोरी जैसा दिख रहा है.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
चलो कुछ अच्छा, कुछ हादसा नहीं हुआ. मुझे हंसी आती नहीं था.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentional.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could... There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire... Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged... You don't need to do anything, but no matter what... If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time... Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from...
Ooh, Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60.
60!
That's right, perfect.
54, 53, 52. Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not?
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38! Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't...
25! What's wrong, Mr. Linney?
I seem to have access...
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for...
No, that's unacceptable.
19!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long count. 10 seconds and change is still...
10!
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
ओह ये एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था. ओह शिट, कोई तो मारा गया. Whatever, who's that? Yeah.
Is this part of the... Mr. Lenny, you're going to use...
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then...
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
वाह भाई, खेल हो गया इसके साथ. इसने प्रिपरेशन करी
Unfortunately, the
जानबूझ के.
person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young...
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before!
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing...
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen. Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing...
That can't be right! How can Linny do that? He was in the box on the stage the entire time! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances! He couldn't possibly mean catching himself!
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about...
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show.
तो ये केस सुलझाना है हमें अब समझा
My dear people, but what excites me, that's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all, he was the... Then there's no problem at all. You know, the traveler and I, but with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But so, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed. And as such, well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to... Are you willing to act as Mr. Linny's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linny and his troupe are all potential suspects, and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guard.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big-shot outlander can build in such...
वाह भाई मजा आया वैसे छोटा मोटा केस होता तो फिर भी मजा नहीं आता लेकिन एक फ्रेंड का है ना
Sorry about everything that happened just now.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer? Good to hear. Thank you so much. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And as for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate! As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It was...
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to... Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go?
Oh, well... I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets at...
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Lynn.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will... 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go...
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned.
Huh? What do you...
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his... I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll...
Whoever the murderer was, why would it be him? How strange. Why would it be
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, alright?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first?
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that it's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened...
That makes sense.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Wait, wasn't the noise we heard too loud?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particular... Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon... So this is the rope that The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material!
यहाँ से जली हुई है.
Burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with... Wait! Paimon should write all this down! Hello there!
The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential. Her name is Halsey. Apparently, the magic troupe members... Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearance.
Were the
That's how it seems to us.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. It is of utmost importance.
The investigation?
See?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them?
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his... Well, we thought there might be...
It turns out that I'm sure you already... In other words...
That much checks out.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lynn.
अब हो गया ये दो. पहले एक ही हो रहा था जब से.
Why would it be? Gosh. No, we all heard whoever the this people need...
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Oh.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you
अच्छा,
name it,
जियो.
Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselles' various
बुड्ढा हो गया तो भाई मेलूस.
are under my purview.
You are too old for this job, man.
Mademoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need.
याददाश्त कमजोर होगी बुड्ढी.
Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the...
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she... All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer...
Wait a minute! Did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well...
And why would that be? See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence.
Wait! Since when did we become assistant?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first. Sure.
Whoever the murderer...
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes, after the the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict. So the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity then either.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge of security near the and I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone, we Melazines are good.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info. We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting...
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by...
Oh, new helpers? I would be
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such...
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the method.
Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all the...
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on.
So that's how you did—
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you revealed—
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out, and yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more—
This is the scene of the crime. So Lenny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Whoever the murderer was, why would it be— Well, and that digging a tunnel just—
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jar and here's a broken vase.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks.
Let's... Why would it be him? Whoever the this is... What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh.
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, this...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down. Since we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the...
The plot thickens. Halsey's No wonder Farina was so confident.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides. The defense, to put it simply...
This also precludes any kind of fake...
Once both sides have... Then, finally, the
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides?
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why... yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? What?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the...
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping... what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweet?
Huh. Breaking out, son. Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even...
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply...
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking...
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then
these three are quite the interesting group. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking part, but you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and baking like...
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just
इन्होंने तो नहीं किया
really
मर्डर
making snacks.
ये इनमें से किसी ने
Underestimate beating egg
ये
whites
फातू
like
इसे
that.
मिली
It's a
हुई
real arm workout. You all anyway. Give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head.
Tea is ready to be served as well. No need for
All right then. However, we can assume that Linny, the magician twins, could have committed the crimes.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud, resulting in the shat. Perhaps the criminal.
Paimon thinks that makes sense.
True. None of the clues we found, but the only people left to consider are both technically victims. Whether it's the missing girl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the set, nor does she have any motive. The guards said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Franklin Bell. Hi, bro.
Sound of things, this is turning into an impasse. Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia.
They are my specialty, after all. And I I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweet...
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her...
All right, we get it. Well, Malus, set up the stove again.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish.
And I have the egg sugar.
What?
इस बात पे बहस चल रही है।
Well,
बहस
that's it for snack time. I don't
टाइम
know
कितना
if it would be...
बोरिंग हो रहा है।
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything.
All right, it's time to... What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things...
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stick. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation?
To be honest, you might be
No. We're already very grateful that...
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed? That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce... But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the...
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary...
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina.
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that...
Oh, is that so? And if I may...
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that...
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically...
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's...
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the...
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded.
Best quest, हाँ.
My foundations are rock
मस्त
solid.
जा रहा है अभी तक.
Aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
They are Fatui? Who are they? Yeah?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes...
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
They were Fatui?
Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted?
Wow.
Now comes the infighting
The quest had me showing. Wow.
This was almost too
Good though.
easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying.
Wow.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the... Are these claims true?
Let me listen. I don't know about magical abilities or that. The other to given like. And yeah.
Please answer my question.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
Oh, Teri.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted.
कर दूं ये?
In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to
Order! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you... In that case, my dear audience, let's allow...
I want to talk Lini first. You had to say something
Well,
before.
this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler.
Yeah. Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad, not to set the wrong tone or anything.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends.
Last chapter is OP.
That's why I didn't
It's
wish
just
to
started.
lie
Oh,
to you, but chose to
so
hide some details instead. The
are
truth is very important,
are
but
they?
being completely transparent
They are
about
good people or
everything
bad
seems spending
people?
more effort than we need to.
I mean these two. In future, in whatever life, if they are good people, then I should. I don't know.
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
They are good. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm relief. Thank God.
You both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer.
Of course. I'll answer any. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately?
What that mean? How the outfit open? But why they want to know about this?
During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core—
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, which should have been impossible, of course, I was quite certain that I was the only— That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came.
They want for 10 ghost. Genus. Eh? Gnosis? They are good people, good fatui, and they want Gnosis for bad
On the way
thing.
back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't— After that, the homicide—
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized—
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. It was never my wish to proceed under— But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh?
क्या है? तला हुआ? इतनी रात को कैसे खाएंगे?
Both parties have returned to
इतना हो
their
जाएगा ना फिर ये?
positions. Let us continue the trial.
चम्मच ला दूं
ला दे और ये कस्टमर डस्टबिन में फेंक दियो। डाल दो।
रोटी लाऊंगी
हैं?
रोटी
ऐसे खा लूँगा मैं तो।
When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the event.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention, at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective. As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he did not realize that the sound could be heard by— Finally, he used the vase to knock her out. But at this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, so Linny proceeded to knock afterward. Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. what Lenny experienced and what he saw. Seems this won't produce... According to Lenny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. Lenny went to the... Lenny did not...
Attention! When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in which the crime scene had finally he reached the surface, and that was when the... Paimon did it! Paimon...
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance.
Hello.
What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! That's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to... Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Mm-hmm. Irrelevant. Then what? Only 3 is relevant. 1. The information about missing lady identity is missing person is famous painter who was the magical float order. The break more nah. The switching performance thumb many audience member heard.
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box
अरे चलाओ ना ऑटो यार, ये ऑटो क्यों नहीं चल रहा?
Means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof. How do you like that?
How you like that?
Played.
Just like slapping someone.
To think you'd use such
Oh.
logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Murder was in opera right now, I think, because no one go outside yet. Eh? Just select answer, fill empty gear to verify. If you have made a mistake, you must make another selection for a point. Okay, you have answered all question. Press line. What the hell? ये सब कुछ पढ़ना पड़ेगा मेरे को भाई। मैं नहीं पढ़ रहा, मैं स्किप कर रहा हूँ जल्दी जल्दी जो भी है।
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
नहीं, क्योंकि ये एक रैंडम थी, सबसे बड़ी बात।
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
चेम्बर के अंदर कोई भी नहीं जा सकता सिवाय इनों के, लेकिन कोई बाहर हो वेंट के तो वो अंदर आ सकता है। अगर उस जो वेंट देखा था छोटा सा, तो उसमें से कोई अंदर आके मार के वापिस जा सकता है। ऐसा तो कोई कर सकता है ना, ताकि इल्जाम इनों के ऊपर आए। और
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
ऐसा करके देखते हैं। पता नहीं मैंने गलत किया है या सही, आई डोंट नो। लेट मी चेक।
That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey's clothing was in... The deceased's name is Cowell. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
गलत। अरे
The deceased's name is Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's... No one entered or left the opera... No one entered or... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
ये सीरीज से जाएंगे क्या अंदर?
Halsey's clothing was in the sound we heard may have come. No one entered or left the opera house. The deceased's name is Cowell. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely
Read
have bumped
question
into Lenny
on
as well.
his head. अच्छा ये जो सोच रहा है वो ये तो गलत ही है. Question to know who is the prime suspect. ये तो है सही.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Linny was not in the tunnel at that. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Halsey's clothing was. No one entered or left the.
Yeah. शायद गलत कर दिया मैंने. I don't know.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result.
If only we knew how Halsey
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person.
Excuse my.
अरे
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
क्या हुआ?
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the
Auto
missing
mode on,
Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell. The vase was not broken by chance.
ये वाला नहीं आया था पिछली बार.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick. Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and...
Even so, the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the folk. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress.
Good sitting, bro.
Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea. The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal
वही
drugs
निकला ना?
and that he had an accomplice.
I am
The notebook
right,
has
right?
many entries
I don't know.
concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence.
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results.
Order.
We cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial...
अरे यार suspect currently prime success suspect hook
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this?
नहीं
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
inner layer of the box.
The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
ये भी है
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick.
और ये भी है.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
नहीं ये तो पता नहीं. 1 2 और 3 बस वो है कि नंबर वाइज पता नहीं है. विच नंबर कम फर्स्ट. I don't know.
Now it seems like the hook rope. The water from the primordial. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something? I remember there was something else.
ये वाला गलत गया.
Lynette was in the magic.
नहीं.
The deceased's name is
सही. This time I'm right, man. Water bottle.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention
इसका
remains
मजा आया
is
भाई
the
अलग
exact
ही.
circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share...
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
Huh?
I see.
Man, this is disgusting.
Does this not, my dear citizens, my
Oh,
allow me to present my reason?
humiliating, bro. It's a really humiliating. Again this shit.
Lenny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the
Oh
scene
God.
of the event.
God.
Having made modifications upon his ultimately, he not now as much as. Am I right, Miss?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the rope?
Nah. Oh. Don't give me goosebumps. Which is new. Okay.
Doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as.
I think we've all seen enough. I believe this is indeed the.
Oh, last trial.
Then, my good, noble Chief Justice. Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Oh,
I must
she
ask you not to
found something.
shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate? And I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linney, if you would be so...
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette, give it another go. Don't worry, Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But as the magic makers and stars of the show,
I understand.
And voila.
Oh, missing girl, I think. I don't know. I think. Right.
Sorry for the interruption.
Now she sees something.
Isn't that Halsey? So the whole.
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she caught me.
that'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl.
Oh shit.
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was going to be a
Mondstadt.
real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so that's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there, and I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end
What
of
the
it,
thief?
but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box.
But where missing girl go?
Though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm...
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lily-Ann's perspective.
अच्छा उस चीज़ को सही करना पड़ेगा अब फिर से पढ़ूँ इसको अरे मेरे को पढ़ना अच्छा नहीं लगता यार कभी इसलिए मैंने पढ़ाई पूरी नहीं करी डर इन द स्विचिंग परफॉर्मेंस जंप चलो एक एक को उठा के देख लेता हूँ जो गलत होगा वो छोड़ेंगे इतना दिमाग लगाना ही नहीं भाई सर दर्द हो रहा है मेरा वैसे भी
The flower vase. Lily-Ann was a...
ओके सो जा ऑफिस नहीं जाना है क्या कल नहीं कल छुट्टी ली है मैंने कुछ काम है थोड़ा वो आरसीसी घूम गया तो उसको डुप्लीकेट बनानी अबे तू कर क्या रहा है बे अच्छा यहाँ समझ गया पायमोन बताने की जरूरत नहीं है तेरे को थोड़ी गर्मी लग रही पंखा चलाओ
She would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneak...
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have...
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina.
Lady Farina is jealous now.
The defense's statements.
Yeah.
Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Dendro Archon.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments.
I admit defeat.
But really, could you at least have left...
Wow! Look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He
He's
also
good.
tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact... While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
What did he? Fight. Very Khan Varab Hinchud. No, lady is the killer.
Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Hinchud पूरा काम कम ऐसे की तीसरी से करता तू.
How did you find the water from
No,
the
lady is the
primordial
killer.
sea in Linny's baggage?
मैं नहीं मानता भाई.
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a
Hinchud.
discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's
Whoa.
notes was not Linny,
कौन
but
थे वो?
you, yes?
मोदी जी कह रहे हैं भेड़ के लौड़े.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly, unless you want to earn your
समझा?
one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do—
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
Oh. That's how people are missing.
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
That's why machine take this place. I mean Fontaine.
So, we're just going back now? That's true.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
But why?
Winnie.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
He's good man.
Yes. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That can be.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering.
अबे तुझे ब्लॉक कर दूंगा मैं YouTube से ऐसा रिवील देगा तो बहुत सही है देखना था मेरे को मैं नहीं देख रहा अब चेट
wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we
अभी मजा आ रहा है स्टोरी में स्टोरी बोरिंग हो जाएगी
perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time.
अभी तू पहले बोल देता ये कौन है मेरे को मजा ही नहीं आता जिससे तो न्यू लेट है
To remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye, but I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic trick. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the street.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. And I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the Knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the Knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer.
What offer?
The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been, but she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plan. She has gained permission from the Sarita to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the Knave, has their roots in Fontaine. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you.
Bye, Linny.
यहाँ पे कोई चेस तो नहीं रह गया मेरा? दिख तो नहीं रहा.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too? Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
अभी नहीं भाई. अभी स्टोरी चल रही.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case? And given that there's new evidence from the trial...
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. Sorry. I might have...
Don't say that, Navi.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new... sorry about... Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know...
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper... Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navi is treating Camp Paimon...
Oh, wonderful. In the...
All right, then.
They had a restaurant, I believe.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Oh, true. Very true.
Speaking of cases, Do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still—
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed—
Right? Yet it was because this was such a
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished—
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of— To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities— It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosule— Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That—
Seems Paimon—
It's all right. Well, let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect—
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine.
Well, would you consider some more,
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would— All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything.
That might work.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. All right, no more You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal?
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my
Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon.
No, it's fine.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fonta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, if we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Can't you see Paimon's barely an inch off the ground?
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with—
Hey, Navia! What are you doing?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the—
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always— in any case, I wish you—
See ya! There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took—
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again? That's—
Vache?
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the wall. Huh? Hang on. Hey, traveler? Stop walking!
Oh shit.
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is? Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy. No, our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the wall. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth. Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, it was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to say.
Wake up! Come on, hurry! Navi is outnumbered!
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Quick, now's our chance! I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking. Is
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to...
Sorry, I did not...
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you. But I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very... Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Huh. I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act...
I will continue investigating, no matter what. We will bring the... Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we...
I know, I just... She's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her... Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years.
If it were me,
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that happen?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said, that the Fanta tasted kinda salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit...
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial...
Yes. So, if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the...
Huh? Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
What? Why would they go after us, too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard that voice calling. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too. But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then? Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you...
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court
Name
lately.
does not ring a
Since
bell.
he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate. Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our... We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully...
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is...
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't...
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Huh, very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected...
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, Traveler.
This is your base? It's not quite what...
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Well, after all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profits.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have this...
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago.
Your father... He was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right?
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, my father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to—
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Demoiselle, please. If there is—
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident.
Wait! If Callus was such a good man, wouldn't
No. Perhaps people just revel. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also—
But how could— never mind.
There is one other thing.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him? Yeah, that's not the sort of—
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was, there was only ever one choice.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself—
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day.
Yeah! Paimon's beat.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Paimon, huh? Navia? Where did the other two—
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back, but never mind that. When did you get back?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical—
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place— If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? In that case, let's go talk to him! Aren't you coming along, Navia?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied. Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago?
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorney.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a...
Of course. Don't worry. We're...
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just in...
Thanks so much.
निकलूँगा बाकी का आज तो इतना ही होता 2 बजे गुड नाइट